Hello? Hello? Hi. Sorry, that took a second. I realized really belatedly that I had to piss, so I ran off. I tried to make it real fast, but I have to go up a flight of stairs to get to the bathroom, so you understand, you know, right? We're all on the same page. We're understanding the amount of time it takes. And I'm sure everyone can see that and understand that when I am shitting my pants like crazy, that having to go from my computer upstairs to get to the bathroom every time really adds up after a bit. So, you know. It's Piss Boy. Hello, hi everyone. My headset turn off? Maybe? I can't tell. That's fine. That's fine, don't really matter. Hi, let me go over here. There we go. Oh, they just turned off. Ha. Hello, everyone. Until I start putting some sound on, I'll just set that over there. Hi. You get to know about my woes today. That starting yesterday, I got this weird, like, hip pain I've had before. And I don't know why. I don't know where it came. I don't know where it comes from or came from. I just woke up and it really feels like my hip has to pop like really bad, but it won't. And it's like no amount of adjustment or anything. Pissing all by yourself, Ansem. All alone on a Saturday night. Um, but I don't know, it just like hurts. And this has happened and I was on stream before. I remember I was like, yeah, I don't know, my hip hurts. It's being weird. And then like I remember I was sitting here and I'd adjust my leg and I'd be like like on camera. And so it's doing that thing again. It started yesterday, and then I don't know. And I woke up and I was like, "Oh, it's getting better today. It's fine, yeah." And then it was immediately like so fussed that like sitting on a toilet was like I was actively just kind of in pain. So that wasn't fun. I laid down for a bit and it kind of chilled out. I have found I can sit in my chair. My leg has to be in like one position though. So, you know, if things start to hurt or it gets a little unmanageable or something, maybe stream will have to get cut short. Um I took a pain med, like an anti-inflammatory. So we'll see where that gets us. But that's where I'm at right now, just so we're all aware. Um it's just really strange. It really just kind of feels like something's like not quite popping into the right place, or like sometimes it feels like it like pulls away in a weird way and that's when it hurts the most. Um so I don't know. But it's something I try to like pay attention to. Here's your fun story. My poor mother, um, her hip got like really fucked up to the point where it was just like basically her hip in the socket like was just bone on bone and it was just grinding into itself, and this like it took like years of just like, wow, I'm in so much pain and it's hard to sleep and I think it's sciatica, and the doctors are like, it's definitely sciatica. It was not nerve issues. It was just bone. She got her hip replaced. Now she's all better. So, you know, it's food for thought. I don't know. The human body is a prison. But anyway, I just always like think about that and I go, okay, I'm just gonna keep an eye out because it's only ever the one hip. But it the last time it happened was like, I don't know, maybe a couple years ago or something like that. So, Fun Life update. I got a job. Congratulations, Robin. They didn't even do an X-ray. I don't know if they did. I think because it was something where like one of those things where you end up going to like a physical therapist and like they're like, no, that doesn't sound right. I think it's this, and then it was that. Because it was like no amount of like stretching, no amount of like anything, and they're like, this doesn't add up. I think something's like wrong and we need to like look at the bone. And then they did, and then it was like, oh yeah, that's bad. That's like really bad. You need surgery. So that's just you know, The world of medical misdiagnosis, of which we've all unfortunately become a little too familiar with. I broke her leg in 3 places because she rolled off her bed bad. Idaho has piss poor healthcare, so I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't start with an x-ray. Yeah. First time catching a stream. Hello, Piggy. Welcome in. They do sometimes make you do PT before they'll do imaging. I had to do that. So my back has been bad since I was like 11-ish. I was in like the 5th grade when I threw my back out, and I've had back problems all the time. Thank you, Piggy. Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, maybe I'll draw today. Maybe I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll do something. But my back is bad. And I was going to the doctor about it, and I was like, I'd really like to get like an MRI to make sure everything's fine, right? And to get the MRI, I had to do physical therapy first. And then it was like, well, I guess this helps, but my back is still bad. And then I got an MRI, and then they went, well, your spine is fine, which is good news. I would rather it not be something like really extreme, but you know, it's annoying when you're just like, well, something's fucked up in there. I don't know what it is. PT is good, but like, take the x-ray. Yeah. It's good and important. But I don't recommend hand stretches for every artist. They can hurt you a lot if you're hypermobile and don't know it. That's probably the big one. I have more than one friend who are very hypermobile in a way that their joints get really fucked up. And it's so easy to be like, oh yeah, I'm stretching. And then they're like really fucking stretching because for them, it's normal. But when you're doing that, you're just like running out your fucking joints, basically. I hope you doodle this stream. I'll join back later. I'm hanging out with my friend. I just showed them your art. They love it too. Aw. Well, have fun with your friend. If you come back later, you know, say hi. But go have fun. MRIs can show muscles. Well, we looked at my spine. that was about it. And they're like, well, your spine's good. I've never heard of hypermobile. I should really look into that. Okay, you know people who go, they're like, look at what I can do. And then they bend their thumb all the way to touch like the back of their hand. That's not normal. And that's not just a funny little quirk. You are hypermobile. And that means you're probably, the more you do that, like, you know, if you like stand, and so you can see someone stand and their legs almost kind of bend backwards a little bit because their knee just bends in, or someone, they're like, yeah, high five, but their arm like goes, you know, like bends fucking crazy style. Basically, the limits that should be there aren't there. And even though it feels normal for you, you are like pushing those joints more than they should. You have a higher chance of dislocating your joints too. Yeah. Basically, it's something where I think people so commonly are like, haha, it's so weird, look what I can do, wee! And like, they'll just do this shit, and then like, bad stuff happens because you aren't doing anything to mitigate it. It's a scale of being very flexible or having, EDS, yeah. I think I don't have that, but the thought of stretches making stuff worse is scary. That really depends. Stretches are really good. You know, your body is a machine and it needs to be run to some extent. You need to like use your muscles or move them or like, you know, do stuff. But say your wrist hurts a whole lot, right? And it's like getting, you know, it's kind of inflamed, it's upset. Stretching might not be the answer. It might just make it worse. Stuff with your hands, it's still good to kind of like have a little bit, you know, but like it's something where if you are unsure or it makes the pain worse, just stop or talk to a doctor or anything like that. But like you especially just want to be careful with like joints, your elbows, your knees, your anything. Those are things that once they get fucked up, they kind of are hard to get unfucked up. Not hypermobile, but I dislocated my shoulder in a game of Duck, Duck, Goose once, and now I can stretch it real far. Gained ability. Yeah. Weight training also helps a lot. If you are hypermobile, genuinely, building any kind of musculature to help support your joints. Because remember, this is like mechanical like interlocking of bones and things, right? That you need, they're really important. Everything that builds around it, if that has more support, it is less likely to get boo-boo ouchied. Like really bad. It just helps a lot. So yeah, you just want to make sure you lift things and don't hurt yourself. As is the case with all of it, maybe don't fucking hurt yourself or go really crazy. It is probably the best advice that you can get. About reducing the muscle strain because your ligaments are too loose. Yep. And the Final Fantasy X Mines puzzle dungeon. Oh, have fun. Have fun with your spheres and your pushing little things around. And
thank you, Niku, for streaming. I am not alone anymore.
No, you certainly are not. Hi, Shannon. Thank you for 1 bit. I appreciate it. Weight training also helps bone density. Also true. It's very good for you. It turns out, as annoying as it is, even when our bodies have issues with them, they want so badly to, like, be used and do stuff. Usually people with EDS have less collagen and their skin is also real stretchy. Oh yeah, I think I remember reading about that. My roommate is pretty hypermobile. Well, they better not be pushing it too much for fun, because they're gonna get themselves hurt. Okay, let's put this shit on. Let me get this over here. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, I gotta here. It. Hold on, I'm trying to get, like, so I have just any passive music playing, and then it's telling me that it's too small to play. There we go. Whoa. That volume was, like, cranked. Sure, we'll take that. Hello, everybody. Hi. Now, don't put any anime music in or I'll kill you. Don't do it, okay? It gets me in trouble every fucking time. But also, frankly, general Final Fantasy stuff has also been getting me, like, dinged. It's strange. It's just like, oh my god, are you playing One Winged Angel? And I'm like, yeah? Yes? And it's just like, no. And then it makes it so, like, I can't monetize my video at all, which I frankly am not too, I need to get that sorted, where I was just kind of like, I don't care, I'm just getting shit in, you know. But this Donna Summoner. I love Donna Summer. Sephiroth copyright track. Yeah, I think also, like, To Xanarkin got flagged or something, so I'm just like, okay, I guess we're just fucked. I don't know what you guys want. Nice. Immediately, Sephirothvania. We'll see what happens there, I guess, but... Anyway, how is everybody, huh? It's been a bit. My partner had surgery early last month. It's doing fine. It's fine. Everything's good. It wasn't anything, like, scary or anything. And so we were kind of busy doing that, and I was just being, I don't know, not... Yeah, I ding great. Yes, they got a hysterectomy, so it's all been good. Let me... How's that? Damn, it's so quiet up here. Hold on, that's why. My desktop got turned, like, way down, I think because, I did something. I had to do something for it, and I remember turning it down. So, anyway, I literally like women? So I've just been like busy and not online really. I also had, I had a SoccerCon, and that was good. I don't think I've streamed since SoccerCon. So no, I haven't. No, because it was like immediately afterwards. So anyway, yeah, I sold at SoccerCon with Canary. That was a lot of fun. It was the first time, not the first time I've been to SoccerCon, not by a long shot, but like it was the first time that we got to sell with our own table at SoccerCon, which was really fun. I did talk to many people. I distinctly remember somebody coming up to me and they were like, "Oh my god, like you're Nikutsune." And I'm like, "That's me." And, I'm like, here we are, you're in the right place. We've got we've got Kingdom Hearts, we've got all this stuff because they clearly liked it and everything. And they were talking, they were all excited and everything. And then eventually they were like, they were like, "Oh, I'm just like, I'm so starstruck." And I'm like, "Oh, I'm just a guy," And I'm like, no. Like, you streamed with like Graven and stuff. Like, you're famous.
Gimme!
I was like,
To a healthy recovery and future
all right.
balloon animals.
To a healthy recovery and future balloon animals. Also true, Canary and I do have a small event later this month. Like a tiny one, like a baby NuCon. Can't make it to AntherCon, unfortunately. This is your life now. I'm gonna have another funeral on the anniversary. When was it? Like, when was the anniversary? I guess I could go find out, right? But, anyway. You of the Ryuniku Power Hour. It was just funny because I was just being like, "Yeah, hey, how's it going?" It's like, she was just like insisting, right? It's like, no. You're like famous. I was like, no, but thank you. Oh, no, I can't. I went to try and sit cross-legged. I can't do that. That's usually how I'm sitting at my desk, is just like cross-legged. And so I want to so bad, but I can't. That also gets me kind of flagged because they're crazy about it. And I know Toby himself has been like, if you get flagged for using the music, like, dispute it. And I was like, okay. And the last time I did that, they just said no. They just said no. And I was like, I don't want to fucking deal with this. So if we have another funeral stream, it'll summon a new crumb of news. Probably. They'll see I'm so upset. Because I'm famous. So they're gonna see me. I sound like I'm making fun of that person. I'm really not. It was very funny to me. It really just tickled me. But like, they were super sweet and like came back later and was talking to us. And we had multiple people who like knew who we were, like me and Canary, because how we had our setup this time was that like the table was huge. It was like 8 feet, so we had it very much set up to where we just kind of had more of like a window, not like a single block window like some people are crazy. Ours was like a little 4x4, but it was mostly me standing there doing the talking, and Canary was just off screen over here handling the money and stuff. So it was usually just me talking and then being like, also Canary is here. People would be like, So Toby's copyright people are at odds with him. They were even getting on a fan game that had remixes, not even the same songs. I did see that because that was a big part of it that came up. It was like Undertale Yellow. I remember. Use a celeb in your own right. I'm not gonna say I'm not unknown. I had multiple people who like came up and then realized who I was, and they were like, "Oh my god, hey." I need the opinion of a Final Fantasy fan. Is 15 worth playing? Yeah, I think so. I think that's something that is... It's worth going into. There's a lot of good in that game. It is also just surrounded by a lot of the issues that plagued its development. It's very weird, long, troubled development. So it's something that, like, I think the good in it is worth exploring for sure. Has been asking me to play it. Okay. Go in with an open mind and know that the DLC really helps it a lot. I'm the one who got me. The DLC is where you can see, oh, this is how this game could have been. Yeah, exactly. When they had, like, time to do it. Royal Edition irons out a lot of the problems people have with it. It's not perfect, but it's not as bad as most claim. I agree. Yes. Also, for anybody listening, I will be at San Diego Comic-Con. Not that I'm tabling. My partner, DCS, is tabling. But I will be there if anybody wanted to come say hi. Or what have you. Could also just meet up outside the building.
To be reductive. Creative. Not destructive. But you can destroy me. You can reduce me to the size that you think that I should be. Reduce me. I want to be reduced. Reduce me to nothing.
Fun reminder that we can play Cheek Face on the stream and it's fine. And I asked them in person.
Okay, or what if we kissed?
What if we held hands?
What if we kissed and held hands on the hostile street furniture? Could we teach it to
My first Final Fantasy, we... was it 15? That's what an
love? I don't think so.
odd introduction to Final Fantasy. It's like so not the standard, but like there's a lot of love poured into that game for sure. And it has a very interesting history given the 13 Versus origins and then turning into Final Fantasy 15. All of the switching hands, all of the side projects like the OVAs in the movie that really flesh out the world in a way that the games didn't get to because it had so many problems. But you really, really come to love, like, the boys. Yeah, I got a PlayStation. The PlayStation, like, the next year it came out. Right, okay. Well, Alder, I hope you can make it to San Diego Comic-Con. The sea of people. Maybe I'll make it west of the Mississippi and catch y'all conning. Hell yeah. Well, we'll try to get out east to some extent. Canary was asking, like, the other day on Blue Sky, being like, what are some cons we could look at? And, like, while we were looking at them, almost every fucking con was like, all of the applications were already closed. Could help Canary get some East Coast cons, but almost all of them have apps closed. Manifesting Minnesota. I would love to. I would like to go to these places. I'd like to travel. Even just moving. Okay, so like, we sell a lot here where we live, right? And so people have come to, they're like, oh yeah, hey, you were at so-and-so con. And they'll be like, hi, it's me again. And they're like buying more stuff. You know, and even just going to like Sakura-con was like, we ran into a couple people that we did know, because it's not that far from where, it's like a stone's throw from where we live, basically. Oh my god, it's the Holla. Sent you my evil Florida cons. Yeah, we did look. I think did we apply to one? Got my badge for Twin Cities Con a couple days ago. Because we Canary got into Rose City Comic Con and I still got denied. I think that's such horseshit. At least one of us is getting in, but goddamn. I send you shitty Vegas Con mind beams. I would love to. I'd love an excuse to go to Vegas. If you want it. Sending my horny books with Canary because she worked on them. True. We were looking at Colorado cons as well. Go to Florida. Gabby will be there menacing. I would ask you to come to Akron, Cleveland. I guess the only thing that, like, that really stops us up sometime is, like, how big, not that the con has to be so huge, but it's like there is a difference between, like, con you make money at because you don't have to pay for a hotel and you can just show up. What? I mean, I'm not saying, but, like, this really sounds like music that is, I'm gonna get in trouble for. Who put this in here? Oh, Ratatouille. Okay. But like the game. Anyway, there's a difference between, like, con that you make money at because you just live nearby or you could stay at a friend's or family or something, and then, like, you know, it really mitigates, like, the hotel costs and everything. And then there's, like, Akron, pronunciation killing me. Am I, how do I say it? I feel like that's the only way I've heard people say it. Went and bothered. Berlin game to have you next year. That's nice. Thank you, Gabby, for the gifted sub. Eating your pizza. Akron? Akron. Oh, I see. I get it. Like, it really gets, like, at the end. Akron, Ohio. But yes, NandesCon, I actually have attended multiple times because I used to. Beans, hi! Oh, baby cat ran off. I think his food went off. Yep, it's that time. Oh yeah, anyway, I was trying to remember what I was saying. Yeah, I've been to NDK, like, multiple times because I used to live there. I've also sold at smaller cons around there, but that was like, you know, that was over a decade ago at this point. We did used to live behind Casa Bonita. Like, directly behind the restaurant Casa Bonita. Glad I was able to get the pineapple bread posters too. God, I need to hit Jay up again. Because that's Jay, who is a pal. I just haven't, like, they kind of disappeared online a little bit because it just got busy with life stuff. And I haven't heard from him in a while, so I gotta be like, hey, what's going on? Because we hung out at SoccerCon a few years back. Because, like, I wasn't tabling, but my partner was tabling, so I was there. Someone did do a cage-themed event in Florida. And I was like, I know this art. Why do I know this art? I know. Is this, like, music suggestion getting put in, or is somebody putting this in? Who put in Tom and Jerry War of the Whiskers soundtrack? What? And if nobody did, because I'm seeing more videos that it's suggesting. I mean, I don't hate it, but, like... Oh, hell yeah. Look, it's not the Star Fox Assault version, but that's fine. Me, because it slaps. Okay, alright, okay, sorry. It keeps having this, like, more video suggestion down there that I thought was, like, cropping up, and I was like, okay, I'm getting some odd ones. Is it, like, putting in suggestions? Anyway, I did like it, but I wasn't sure, so... This one's, like, so fast. Yeah. Let's see. Vegas hates fun and whimsy. Vegas is simply expensive, I think, is the largest issue, right? Because I almost went to the con that, like, Graven and everybody was at, because I went and looked. Because somebody I know who tables around here, they had gotten in, and they were like, yeah, I just got, like, a vendor's table, because they just let you kind of get whatever. And when I went to look, it was a vendor's table and it cost like $600 for a 2-day con in Vegas. And I was like, there, no fucking way. But then I'm like, God damn, the money we could have made if I had con. When your table is like mostly Kingdom Hearts and they make a big deal of all of the Kingdom Hearts people being there, not all of them, obviously, but like a very large amount. Vegas is insane for pricing. Yeah, that's the one thing where it's just like, would love to do Vegas. The only issue when you go to table is that like you really want to make back your table and your like plane ticket and the, you know, hotel, and that shit gets very spendy very fast. And so more often than not, you're gonna go and you're gonna maybe just break even and make no profit. Vegas is everything wrong with the world. Yeah, but I want to like see it though. My mom is a fan of The Pit, and she had me sit down and watch the parts of one episode where they did a fursuit with heat exhaustion. Yeah, they I remember that episode. The Pit is a great show, and everybody should watch it. Not everybody should watch it. Just know that it's a really good show that I think anybody could. Just know that they do not shy away from showing the medical reality of things. Listen, you are not missing much. I want to make that decision for myself. I want to go and be like, yeah, okay, you know, and then I'm good. Listen, I started listening to the Heated Rivals, like the Heated Rivalry book, like audiobook. And I know I've heard from multiple people where they're like, the show is great. The book, not so much, but like, you know, they really made something out of it. And I was like, I knew this going in. I knew this, but I was like, I'll go see for myself. I just want to like see, right? And so I was literally earlier while I was lying in bed hoping my hip would stop hurting. I was like listening to it. I can't say the guy's Russian accent is very good. I've heard the book is very fanfic. Yeah. I was like lying there with my eyes closed, and sometimes they'd say something, I'd just be like, The OG audiobook narrator is bad. I'm just letting it rip, dude. See, because sometimes, you know, I think even if you know it's like not the best experience, I think it's still worth experiencing because it's still informative no matter what. You're always going to figure something out if you're like, you know what, I don't like this. And I don't like it because of this. And it helps like inform better decisions. If all you did was consume things that were perfectly created, you're not gonna be familiar with the pitfalls to avoid. You know what I mean? So sometimes you go and you listen to the Heated Rivalry audiobook while your hip hurts. And I started to fall asleep. Not because I was like, it's so boring and bad. I was tired, but like, I was just like, and then I was having that weird moment where I couldn't tell that I didn't realize I was asleep because like the words were making things happen in my brain. The words were making shit go off, but like I didn't realize that it wasn't actually making any sense until I suddenly kind of startled and I was like, As resident Heated Rivalry Yaoi cocaine addict, I did remember this when I went and got it. I was like, all right, I'll probably just watch it for shits and giggles at some point. Not even shits and giggles. I'm just like, well, let me see. Again, worth the experience. I think it's good to just go in and see stuff. 10 p.m. time to wind down. Good night. Good night, Kopi. Thank you for stopping by. I mean, technically, the OG book of the series was Steve Bucky fanfiction. I love that. I love that. The world is so beautiful. Anyone else watching the Toxic Yaoi show Half Man? Did you bring that up? Were you explaining that the other night? Oh, just before I started stream, by the way, Scott Hunter is literally Captain America. That's so funny. I mean, you know, sometimes you file off the serial numbers and sometimes you go and, like, sometimes you're making, like, an AU of something and you've really kind of made something. And you may as well just make it your own thing at that point. De-yossified Bucky Barnes, yeah. I mean, I can see it. I didn't listen. I wasn't like that far into the audiobook or anything as much as I'm like, oh yeah, it's pretty, pretty easy mapping onto it, you know? A good few books these days started as fanfic. Hey, writing is writing, right? That's all that really matters. Wait, what was originally Stucky fanfic? Heated Rivalry? Sometimes you gotta shovelware to know what's good. Exactly. You gotta do it to know what's up, dude. God bless the fanfic writers. God bless, dude. Strongest soldiers out here creating. So feverishly needing to create. Sometimes you create something new and for yourself. People gotta stop pretending like fanfic isn't fun. It's true. I mean, I don't think that's an argument that needs to be made here. Baby! Baby cat bit me today because I was lying down in an inopportune time where I was like, my leg really fucking hurts and I'm trying to find a way to make my leg not hurt. And baby cat was like, actually right now is when I need to stand on you with my full weight and dig at your shirt because I want to go under the blanket and have a fort. And I was like, this is not the day that I can hold my leg up to make a fort for you, bud. And so he was standing, literally his back legs were like right here. And so I was like, into his legs, and he did not like that. And so he turned and he bit my fucking wrist. He hated that. Which is funny because usually his tolerance is a lot higher, but like at that point, no, he was not having it. He didn't bite me really hard. It was just like, you know, and then he left. And I was like, okay, bye. And then and this is all while Heated Rivalry was going on, so. I'm not the biggest fanfic reader, but I've read Ike Soren fanfic for my own betterment, of course. Well, yeah, of course. Extension of canon, to be fair, at that point. He's homophobic! I've read an insane amount of Hollow Knot fanfiction. Dude, look, as long as it sustains you, as long as it brings you joy. New fanfic series that was published on Tumblr and was going to be published as an actual book. It was really good. Good. The only fanfic I've tried writing was BTS Yuri, but I never posted it. I think, honestly, you're probably one of... You are so inoculated by being ARMY, you know what I mean? You are so... You have all your vaccines. You've got all your shots. I've read so many fanfics. Read over 200 Shane Elia. I have over 200 books. Oh, okay. They surpassed my ancient Chinese gay people. The reason I haven't written some fics is because how do I explain naturally what a T-tick is? Sometimes you just gotta bite the bullet and go. You know? I've tried writing a few fics over the years, but other than a pre-KH3 what KH3 will look like, multi-chap fic and some sequels, I haven't finished any of them. Hey, and even if you never like post anything, you wrote something. And it makes you stronger. Crazy how some fandoms blow up and have an explosion of fics. I mean, yeah, I guess sometimes, you know, things come and go in waves. Obviously, if it's popular, people are going to start writing for it. I'm the guy that makes a YouTube video talking about my rewrite as if it's not just my fanfic. Yeah. Yeah. The classic, like regular ass, just fucking normie ass dude who has not experienced, like, fandom proper. And it's like, this is my theory. And it's just, like, an entire fanfiction in a video. And you're like, that's great, but, like... Each rivalry fanfic went from 400 to like 9K in less than a month. I mean, that also doesn't surprise me. I've thought about writing, but I've always had a hard time with creative writing. Very poorly developed skill for me. I mean, something, if you ever wanted to, you could always just write like a short, like a real short little one-shot, you know, and see where it gets you. And even if you just don't pursue it past that, that's also fine. We got our biannual Ike Soren content drop and stretch it for as long as possible, right? The show rewired me so bad. Now I enjoy 2 whole sports. I have a relative familiarity with hockey more than other sports simply because I lived in Colorado and I was very good friends with somebody who really liked hockey. And they loved the Colorado, well, more than one actually, loved the Colorado Avalanche. And what is this? Wait. That's why it's familiar. It's Spyro. I was like, I know this. Something's... But anyway, I'd been to like I even like went with her to some of their like training sessions, so where you could just see them out there like doing stuff on the ice and everything. So it's fun. It's like fun and familiar to be like, oh yes, like hockey coming back into like it never like left, but it's something I know more about than one might expect. Minnesota Wild, my beloved. Yeah. The idea of creative writing school really messed it up. So bad with writing and creative writing school really messed it up for me. I hope maybe that like at one point, you know, you could enjoy just writing for fun for yourself. I'm trying to get back into like reading and exposing myself to books, even if it's just audiobooks, because I hadn't read a book for fun since middle school, because I frankly got like so, I don't know, burnt out on reading just because of like school requirements. Like it wasn't fun and I didn't want to do it anymore, and so I just didn't end up reading books. And now I got my library card. I went into the library and got my library card. You guys should also get a library card if you can help it. Find your closest local library and just get one. Just pick one up, because you probably then have access to Libby, and you don't even have to go into your library if that's an option. Like if that's not really an option for you. After that point, you can also often get like a digital library card. It's just a little more limited. I just went in and physically got a card, and it took like 5 fucking minutes, and then we walked around the library and it was cool. And then now I can check things out on Libby, and a bunch of stuff I wanted, everything was like way on. It was just like, you want to read it in 22 weeks? I was like, I'll see you then, I guess. Reading Animorphs is an impressionable 10-year-old. Yeah. Libby rules. I love Libby. Good. But hey, going into your library, you know, getting a library card, even if you never check anything out, is helpful for them. But at the same time, you can also check a bunch of stuff out, and it doesn't matter if you read it or not. You can just return it if you don't like it. You're not like committing, you know what I mean? You're not buying it. You just get something just because you're mildly curious. Libraries also have cool shit. They do. That's the thing. Like, I'm pretty sure other libraries kind of call it the same thing, but like our library has a library of things, which are various like things that you can check out instead of books. So it was like, oh, they had a lamination machine, they had a hot glue gun, they had a Mickey Mouse shaped waffle iron, they had a bunch of crazy stuff that you could just like borrow for a time. They had like wrenches and a bunch of like sockets and things that you could like borrow, which is great because sometimes you're like, wow, I really do need a power tool for like maybe 2 things. I don't really want to buy one just for these 2 things. Well, guess what? You can go to your library and just borrow one for a bit. They will also have 3D printers sometimes. Also true. Ours had a room that was like, it had like a little screen printer, you know, for like shirts and stuff. And then also it had like sewing supplies and a, you know, kind of like a mannequin body thing, the ones that you can like adjust the size for. Our library system's founding principles, books only, no DVDs even. Man, that sucks. Come on. The bit in Nirvana, the band, the show, where they try to 3D print a gun at the library. Check something out, and sometimes it's dud. Other times you find something that sinks its claws into you and never lets go. Me with Red Rising, The Great Library, the Unwind series, Lunar Chronicles, etc. Libraries literally are a community. It's so cool. Saying hi from work. I have 3 more hours. Hi, Jules. Already going to the library and using a button maker is insane to me. Yeah, that's just something that you can do. My library had the Pokemon Adventures manga, and that got me manga as a medium, which is sick. At a semi-local neat convention. Have you heard of Matsuri-con? I guess not off the top of my head, but I have heard of Hentai Matsuri, which we went to. Which was a time. It wasn't ran poorly, but it was too new, and the crowd didn't really know what they wanted, so could have done better, possibly. It's a big ribbon con, right? Oh, wait, no, wait. Have I heard of Matsuri? I think we've, like, talked about it before, too. I feel like it's one of those things where... Cupid says hi, by the way. Oh, hey! Now I'm getting hot. We had to turn on the air conditioning because it started to get kind of warm, and being down at the bottom floor means that it turns into a fridge, which is great, but not great when I'm sick and dying and trying to lie in bed. Is Master in the chat? He's the puzzle worm. Hello, Mr. Puzzle Worm. Yeah, okay. Holiday Matsuri is in Atlanta. Or it's in Ohio. Wait, what is happening? What are you talking about? Apps are open for Matsuri-con. Interesting! Interesting. I turned off the power to do electrical work, so I got temp banned from Deadlock, so I'm hanging out. Aw. No. Not Deadlock. I did say send Holiday Matsuri. There's a festive theme con in Florida. But like regular Matsuri and not Holiday Matsuri. Matsuri. Ooh, no. I almost tried to sit cross-legged. Can't do that. Shouldn't do that. I almost did, though. I wanted to really bad. Oh, I just mentioned Holiday Matsuri. Send Matsuri-con? Because they've got a house like Goppet. You can just put it in the Discord somewhere. Or even put it in here, I don't know. Canary's the one who I make do all of the applying, because I don't want to. But there are other reasons, but Canary's the one who's usually doing the applying. So if you see on a list Canary Witch and nothing else, I promise you, I am there. I feel like there's a point where we need to, like, put, like, it's just our name, like, crammed together. What was, oh, wait, hold on. No, I got a story about Canary. Great one. I've got a great story. Where we had Canary, when did we say this? Was this at SoccerCon, I think? Or was this, were we in the car? I'm trying to remember where this came up, but like we had been talking about we had been talking about where it's just like, oh yeah, no, we're like one, you know, we're one studio, ha, you know, it's just us, Canary Witch. And Canary turned to me and was just like, yeah, you'll be Canary and I'll be Witch. And I was like, how about you be Canary, because that's your name. You be the Canary and I'll be the Witch. And I was like, how about Canary was just like, oh yeah, actually that's a good idea, huh? You be the Canary and I'll be the Witch. Well, that's sweet, but it's like my brand, right? I mean, I understand, like, of the two of us, you're gonna be the witchier one, but also, your name is Canary. Just realized it's 1 month until your first Pride. Yippee! It is also Pride's Eve month. Time for a whole rebrand of the stream and the server. I mean, the best we would get really is like Canary Wizard is where that would like fix and overlap, you know what I mean? You're feeding my humiliation cake, you sickos. You could just be the pants. Yeah, that's true. I have a hype train. Level 1 hype train. Whoa, guys, that's crazy. Our ship name, yeah. Haven't been to Pride in so long. Canary, did you get a table at the local Pride? Or was that just... Wouldn't mind playing with a different name. I'm not bothered by it because people recognize Canary Witch and they go, oh, I've been following you online. And like, I'm there. And I'm like, hey, I'm Niku. Most people figure it out, you know what I mean? We're gonna be sharing with Kobe Frog. That's right. Yeah. Well, we are also gonna go to the Pride event. Yippee! No promises, but I'm gonna try to get a Sarika video done for June. For y'all. For the people. Because we need it. Thank you for your contribution. Oh, my Sarika video to be done too, guys. I think, I mean, if you want to have the goal of releasing it in June specifically, I feel like that might be fun. As I say that, I'm speaking to Gabby about that. Having seen the video, I think you pretty readily could just have that as like a set time to drop it. My local Pride is apparently great, but also June heat. Yeah, that's probably the worst part. It's gonna be so interesting to be like, OMG, I get to actually be gay, be gay during Pride Month. What a privilege, you know? Pretty much done anyway. So I need to title and figure out my channel name. And that, you know, a whole month to do it. And I think that can be done. I went once as a baby gay, and it was enough. I do remember myself having, like, a moment of realization when I put together that, like, you know, like, Pride and, like, just, like, gay people as this, like, other, you know, like, I'm like, this not me. And then I later realized, like, no, wait, that is me. They're talking about me. I'm that. And, like, having that moment, I remember, when you figure it out, you know? The Pride and Ren Fair are very close together. Oh my, same. It's funny because, like, it wasn't even like I was freshly, like, into, like, I had been in, well, my still the current relationship I'm in now, but, like, it's not like it was, like, brand spanking new. I think it was just, like, seeing a post or something and then, like, realizing very suddenly that I was included in this group, and I was like, oh, yeah, that's, yeah, okay. I have the Amazing Digital Circus video I want to finish before the finale, and I've been obsessed with drawing Deltarune lately, but I've had this Sarika video kind of locked and loaded for a bit. Dude, you're firing on all cylinders. And I know because I've been seeing the art you've been drawing. Twin Cities Pride is so big. I went for the first time since like 2019 and had forgotten how big and busy it was. Perhaps for Pride Month, I will get revenge on my former employer that fired me for having a tabletop pride flag in my office. For legal reasons, this is a joke. Fair enough. And also, you should kill them, I think. I remember at one of our local Pride events, like one of the last times we went, it was also sponsored by Walmart, and they were really tackily giving away, like, Pride flags that also had the Walmart logo on it. Hey! Thank you, Jules! While on the clock, boss makes $1, I make a dime, giving out subs on company time. Die branded pride flags. I saw a lot of baby gays. They're clearly like 14 and this is the first time. Was I there? Yeah, this was at like the last time we went to like Pride around here. It was just like, you know, most of it was fine. And then there was like, well, that's part of what was sponsoring it. You don't remember. That's okay. You blocked it out. That's all right. Las Vegas Pride goes crazy. I fucking bet. Gee, Walmart ultimate ally ship. Yeah, I know. But yeah, anyway, it was a bunch of 14-year-olds having like the first time they ever had a pride flag. So I couldn't really fault them for it. But it was still like, I remember just being like, ugh, yuck, dude. It's so gross. Oh god, like to plaster your own logo like on like a pride flag was, and then it was also Walmart, so like yay. Yeah, it's mostly, oh wait, go back up. Mostly about analyzing the ending of KH1. Hell yeah. KH1 topics I want to make videos on. City has large gay party. Fork also found in kitchen. Yeah. Now for real, I gotta go before I get in trouble. We'll be back. Okay, bye, Jules. Ooh, what is this?
Holler if you hear me.
Am I gonna get in trouble for this? Scott Steiner, holler if you hear me theme. I swear to God. I've never gone to Pride because I have no one to go with and I'm too scared to go alone. But one day, I'll go. Hey, you're not alone when you're at Pride because it's a... you're doing nothing but surrounded by other gays. You know what I mean? I hate when the brands are like, hi, gay. Happy Glamazon. Yeah, I know. I know. It sucks. And it sucks to be in a world where, like, I almost wish we could, like corporate, like, what's the word I'm thinking of? Oh boy, I'm losing it. I had a specific word, but like corporate, pink washing, not exactly. As much as just, like, corporations, like, they so badly want to play to, like, oh god, yeah, and we love everybody here, queer allyship, yay, you know, and, rainbow capitalism was the fucking phrase I was looking for, was yes, thank you, rainbow capitalism. It's something where, like, as much as, alright, this shit's gotta go. Whoever put this in, thank you, goodbye. Anyway, as much as it sucks and it's shallow anyway, and like it has its own problems, it is also a bit of that canary in the coal mine in the way that when we don't have it, you know, as we have proceeded to lose this because of everything that's gone on in the world, you know, it like helps for like a common person who is just not interacting with any of this at all, like really reinforces the like, oh yeah, well, we don't want to be controversial, so we're taking down all of our stuff and yada yada, right? like, as much as it's stupid, it also normalizes it for people, because it's just like, it should just be normal, it should just be whatever, right? And once suddenly they don't find that, like, gay people are a safe, like, market to make money off of, you know, it's like, uh-oh, what's that mean for us? That's not great. We, like, as much as I'm not gonna buy your tacky, Target Pride merch, like, I would rather you try to, like, you know, do the little song and dance for me instead of, thinking that I'm too controversial to exist or to market to. Rainbow capitalism is a necessary evil, yes. And like I said, it is like a canary in the coal mine, because once that starts going away, it's a very clear indication of, like, I wouldn't say, like, complete public interest, because of, like, a lot of the things that get enforced and the things that we've been dealing with have not been, let's say, popular decisions that the people really, really want. You know what I mean? It is the actions of a very concentrated few by comparison. You know, there are plenty of people. Hype chest. Oh, that's cute. Choo-choo. Remember, capitalism is generally a temperature check, I think. Yes. Maybe don't give us your branded pride flags at the parade. We don't need them. Yeah. Exactly. Someone who roasts pride flag collections on YouTube that I watched sometime in last year, the selection was dire. Yeah, I can bet. Like, I would rather have the laugh at, like, my gay people dog treats, you know, than, like, not have them and feel any kind of scared to be in public. You know what I mean? I would much rather that the corporation be like, what if we gay dogs, you know? And then they're like, here's your rainbow dog treats. I would rather that one than the other option, you guys. Gay people dog treats. Have you seen that is real, by the way. I'm not fucking around. It was like PetSmart brand, like, they were just like, yeah, we made dog treats. Happy Pride with, like, rainbows on it. For the pup play, obviously. That's clearly what they're marketing towards. And that and gay dogs. For the puppy play, exactly. For gay people, dogs like me. Yeah, well, not anymore, you know, but I'm glad we're all on the pup play page. And gay dogs. Don't forget. So. Chinkle Changle, I said your favorite word, gay people. We put some rainbow on it and we were a little coy about who it's for. You can go ahead and pat us on the back now. I forgot, did I say this? I bought some lav mics before I got on stream. Finally, I had my eye on this, like, nice pair that I was seeing recommended around, and then when I went looking around, there was, like, another set that was way cheaper, that was also very well reviewed, you know, and it was just like, it's gonna do what you need, and it's gonna be good, and it's, like, not $100 for, like, a couple sets, it's like, the two, and it's, like, $25, and I was like, interesting, very interesting, so I bought those, because before I got on stream and my hip was hurting, and we had joked about having a Grandpa Joe in the bed stream. Grandpa Joe being from Willy Wonka. There's a Willy Wonka joke for you. Grandpa Joe in the bed. And I was like, I would do that, but I don't have a fucking way to do that unless I had, like, a lav mic, which is those, it's like a mic that you can clip on, like, your clothes or whatever, those little ones that people will hold up to sometimes. Are sheep the only other known animals to have siren? What? Okay, hold on. Penguins are gay sometimes. Honestly, a lot of animals in the animal kingdom are gay. A lot of the time. Elephants, here's your fun fact. Here's one of my favorites. Did you know that elephants, one, especially, like, males will kind of just live with other males most of the time, and then they meet up to, like, breed, and then they go back to their little, you know, their little, like, sausage fest or whatever. But elephants will jack each other off with their trunk. They will use their little trunk and they'll get under there and go for it. Isn't that incredible? Isn't that fucking... It's great. I'm a Grandpa Joe Chatter right now, going to immediately pass out or die. Helping each other out. They're just helping a buddy out. I heard giraffes are also pretty gay. Probably. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, dolphins, love to fuck each other's blowholes. There you go. There's your fun fact. Dolphins are fucking crazy. They are fucked up, they're crazy, and they're a little bit evil. And then they're like, hole, good for me. And it's true. Yeah, it is true. They've done that. It's been seen. They do that. From what I heard, sheep are the only other animals that have actual full sexual orientations like humans, but other animals have gay behaviors or something. New meaning to blowjob, haha. I don't think we can ascribe human sexuality to animals. You know, but I can say my dog is gay. Monkeys exchange blowjobs and kissing for fruit, also true. Bonobos, yeah, specifically, love to do that. They love to be like, hmm? And then they just give a quick little blowy and then they're, you know, they're good. They're good to go. And then they get what they want out of it. Blowies can be exchanged for goods and services, as it turns out. Isn't this fun? The animal kingdom. Dude, it's really not as stringent as people like to imagine. I know, okay, I'm bringing all of this up because there's a really good video that goes on about it, where this guy is just like, I want to talk about, like, he's kind of approaching the argument that it's just like, well, it's just not, like, natural. And then he's like, okay, what is natural and what is nature, and what are we defining that as? Because in nature, just regular fucking animals out here are being gay all the time. Like, all the fucking time. So it's just like, so what do you think that is? Like, you are defining, you've just created this, made up a definition for yourself of what is natural and are applying it to us when it's just not even true in the rest of the natural world. And it was really interesting, but it was just like, yeah, anyway, elephants jack each other off with their trucks. I heard the echo of me saying trunks from upstairs from a phone. I heard it. Sex work amongst the animals. There's lizards that are like exclusively lesbians. Yes. Yeah. And they kind of just like roll around and then they just, yeah, the lesbian clone lizards, exactly. They still gotta do the act though. They still gotta be like, okay, hold on, we gotta, you know, and then they're like, all right, cool, I'm pregnant. This is happening. Anyway, the world is wild. Wild and crazy. What was I talking about before? Oh, right, because I was talking the Grandpa Joe stream and the getting the lav mic, and then it's one step closer to doing cooking stream like I've wanted to for forever. I also happened to acquire my roommate, he had gotten a like thing to hold. Where's my fucking phone? I could use my phone, right? That like latches on, and he just had it and it didn't really work out for him, so he was like, well, here you go. And I'm like, well, I guess I have this for setting something up if I really, really wanted to. But that's free. Anyway, hi, hello. It's Saturday. How are we all doing? I was like, oh, I'll figure something out to do, but also I could just sit here and talk, have a radio show, you know, full of pizza, doing good. Niku, how about you? I'm doing, I could be doing maybe a little better. That I wish I could cross my legs. in my chair, but I can't because my hip hurts. But otherwise, I'm doing all right. Niku being second gay person I watch cooking stream of. I'm a Barley watcher. Barley is so silly. I've only ever watched clips from him, but he's very goofy. Has made me laugh many times. There were more live stories to tell, but I can't remember any of them. See, that's what happens. When I'm not doing streams more regularly, I kind of lose track of everything that we'd been, you know, we'd been doing. Coping, alive, made it through the week. That's what I like to hear. At least being alive, you know. Having to have to cope and make it through, you know, things could be a little better, but yeah, I've been recording my 10th Voltron video and working on updating the Red Rising wiki 1 page at a time. 3 weeks of my job, and then I get to forget it exists for 2 months. And then you're out for summer vacation, baby. Actually gonna move this over here. Did you ever even get to talk about Utah? I did a bit when I went. Nah. Coming down from the 14 FanFest high, but also sinus infection. I have to go back to being. I'm so sorry, but dude, when your sinuses are like flared up and being a problem, that shit is. Anything in your face sucks the worst for sure. Because it's so hard to ignore and do anything else. Like, my hip hurting, I can at least, like, do some shit and preoccupy myself. When your tooth fucking hurts, or you have, like, a bad headache, or you got pressure in your eyes, or your sinuses, or your ears, or whatever, it's like, I want to scream and die. All about the Seattle sushi? Oh, boy. Okay. So, when we were in Seattle, we went to this, like, I guess you'd call it a sushi bar because it was on a bar. But how it worked was you would pay kind of like a flat rate for, like, you'd buy a box and then they charged, like, by the pound. And so you would just go down the line and just fill your fucking box with sushi. And the pricing was, like, okay. This was, like, pretty fucking good. We got, like, 3 boxes of sushi. And again, this is something that we were like prepared for. This sounds like a lot. We've just eaten out a lot with a bunch of different people. So when I say it was like $70 for like, and these boxes are not small. They're like pretty sizable fucking boxes. And mine was overfilled. Like I was like stuffing mine with shit. And the other ones were pretty filled. And like, it was like a good price. It was like a genuinely good price for sushi. That was pretty fucking all right. The rice on like a little bit. I had like at least a pound of sushi. It's true. I had definitely overstuffed my box a little bit. And it was pretty damn all right, I have to say. Well, yeah, that's why I was like, why did I pull my phone up? Because I have a photo. Your wrist's okay from lifting such heavy sushi? Maybe that's what threw my hip out. Maybe that's what's causing me grief right now. Let me find the picture of my susho. And hope that it doesn't get... It shouldn't. You should be able to see most of this. This is my box of sushi. If I turn off my chroma key, then you can really see it. This is my box of sushi. It's like 2 layers of sushi. So all of the salmon nigiri on top was on top of like a layer of sushi that I had gotten already. And this was not like, it wasn't like 70 for 1. Imagine like 2 more of these boxes, maybe with slightly less. So that was good. Stop, it looks... I know, I'm like getting hungry. I can smell that food is happening up there, but I'm also like... Wish it was pizza. Wish it was sushi. We also played Frostpunk, and we watched a lot of The Pit, if that's worth talking about. I did play a lot of Frostpunk, while, DCS was recovering from surgery, and I was just like, okay, lie on the couch. I'm gonna play Frostpunk on the TV, and Frostpunk is like a, resource management type of game where you are trying to survive a very, very sudden, like, below freezing, like, eternal winter type shit. And I was playing it so much that I, like, the first day, and I was like, wow, really into it, having a good time, went to sleep, and then I was just dreaming everything was, like, in the format of Frostpunk. I need raw salmon forever. Yeah, me too. I love salmon. Salmon is very, very easily one of my most favorite foods. I had a drop-off of people watching, probably because I was showing sushi that looked so good, everybody left. And when you play something all day and you go to sleep and see more of it. It is, you know, it's one way to really burn the experience into your mind, is to end up forcefully dreaming about it. I think it's Hala ignores the dread by reading her 5th fanfic of the daytime. Have fun. I make salmon every week at Fucks. Dude, we have salmon all the fucking time. I love to just, like, bake a salmon in the oven. Delicious, easy, like, nice and seasoned, you know. And one of my favorites is to have it with Brussels sprouts. So wonderful and delicious. I fucking love Brussels sprouts, dude. I fucking love Brussels sprouts. Oh, I'm getting hungry. See, and this is why I gotta do a cooking stream. We went out to food carts the other day, and while we were eating, I was talking about it. I had a, are you perhaps bear? I am. Because all I want to eat is fish and fruit. It's funny you say that, because that's something we've been saying very recently as, like, partly a joke, but, like, it really is just, like, all the things I want to eat are, like, things a bear would want to eat. And I want to have fruit and jams all the time, and I also want to eat fish and largely salmon. It's some of my most favorite forever. And we got this, like, jar of, like, peach spread. It's like a big jar from Costco, and it has a bear on it, and I'm like, I want the jar with the me on it. It's me the bear. I'm back doodling some Sudoku while I watch. Hell yeah. I would love to see that when you're done. Do you put honey on salmon? So fucking good. I haven't put honey on salmon. Have you put honey on carrots? That shit is awesome. My deadlock ban is over. Goodbye. Okay, fine. Have fun with your deadlock or whatever. Just a smackerel of raw salmon. I also fucking love mackerel. Oh. Anyway, we were out eating, and I was having a smash burger, and I was explaining it, where I was like, okay, you know, I was like, a smash burger, what makes it really good, like, what you want out of a good smash burger is, like, the point is you're squishing it really thin, so you get those crispy little, like, toasted little edges. That's what you want out of a smash burger, and sometimes people are like, oh, it's a smash burger, it's just, like, some bullshit patty. Fuck you. That's not a smash burger. I want the crisp. I need the salt, and because it's thin, it's not too overwhelming, but the one I was having, while the patty was good, it was kind of just mush. And it was just, like, cheese and some sauce, and, like, it had, like, a little bit of lettuce that had clearly wilted from the heat. And I was like, God, this thing could use some fucking onions so bad. It just needed, like, a something with crunch. You just need a little bit of texture and a little something to cut through the cheese, you know? And I was talking about this, and I was, like, eating it, and Canary was just like, you know, you should really be a food blogger. And I was like, I could do that. I'm also built like a guy who eats food for a living, so I feel like, you know, I'd fit right in. And it's true. That's why I'm gonna do a cooking stream, and then I'm gonna eat food, and then tell you about it. I was burned metaphorically by a smash burger. I've never had one since. We went to a fucking farm around here, and this was like, there's an evil pizza critic on YouTube. I literally just ate. Now I'm hungry for fish. Me too. Well, I haven't eaten, but, like, you know, I am hungry for fish. I went to this farm once, and there was, like, it was like getting into fall, and so they had like, oh, they had some food carts, and they're like, yeah, come and get your pumpkins, yada yada. So we were at this farm, and the stall that they had was making Smashburger, and I was like, well, I'm hungry, and like, I'll take one. And it was like, it was so fucking good. This Smashburger from this fucking stall tent at a farm, and I believe that they were like a local kind of, you know, like I could find them somewhere else, but I don't remember their name. I don't remember anything about them, and it wasn't like a food truck that I could like visually recognize. They just had it set up, right? And it was so fucking good. And I think about that Smashburger like all the time. And then I had one like just last week, and I was like, okay, they did get the patty right, but they were missing some other vital shit to the... And here's the thing. I fucking love sandwiches, you guys. I may not be a big bread eater, but I love sandwiches because I am also, like, the cliched American stereotype of, like, I love hamburger. I love cheeseburger. I love burger in all forms. And I've got a lot of things to say about them. So, you know, the hamburger and its sexy sister sandwiches general, right? Big fan. And I love to make, hey, Peter, hi. I love to make, and Canary can attest, I make good sandwiches, okay? I have a particular way you have to go about it. I have a lot of fucking thought that's going in. I'm dedicating some of this processing power to sandwich composition, you guys. Okay, some of that's like filed away there. You do them with a toothpick. I could. What's your sandwich formula? Like, okay, listen. You can kind of make a sandwich out of anything, but there are some things that I think go a long way as general rules of thumb, that it's really important that you vary the layering in the textures of your sandwich. And I'm not saying this as somebody who's like a huge... I'm not a texture baby. I never really was. But texture is still a part of the experience and important, right? And I hate it when I get a sandwich that's like, here's all of your, like, here's your meat, here's your turkey, and then we put a cold slice of cheese on the cold meat, and then a tomato, and then whatever else. And then you're just basically eating through half, like, a weird squeezy brick, and then some vegetables on top. And especially because there's no give, that shit just wants to pop out the back. Don't, no. Never tried a normal burger. I love sandwiches all the time. You've never tried a normal burger? I'm excited for you to have that experience. The regular Subway assembly line sandwich. And like, sometimes you can kind of get away with it if it's like a long form, like hoagie style sub sandwich, depending, because you've got the room for things to kind of squeeze and move around. Regular sandwich, I don't want to deal with this. So what I typically do, I'm gonna put my bread out, okay? And this is why I got a cooking stream, all right? I'm gonna make some fucking sandwiches, and you're gonna see what I'm talking about. I usually start with, I put, like, whatever meat or whatever on one side, and then I put lettuce on the other, and then I put lettuce, I have to, like, you want to just vary it up, so it'll be, like, meat, and then I'll put lettuce on that, and then I put, like, cheese, onions, mustard, whatever kind of stuff. I usually also, and this is just my own personal preference, I put mayonnaise on both sides of the bread because it holds everything together. It also tastes good. I'm white and I love mayonnaise. I'm not gonna lie, but it's also not like an excessive amount. It's just food glue at this point. You put some of that on there, little salt and pepper. I mean, I was using Lowry's seasonal salt. And you just kind of a little bit on the bread, you know? But the bread doesn't have to be boring, you guys. Let's do a little something there. And then meat, lettuce, and then like on the other side, like there's something in between, and then there is meat and lettuce. And you don't want, like, I don't want too much, like, you don't want to put something that is going to congeal to the bread too much, like all over the bread. So like we need some kind of foundation. The meat is going to go there, because if it's just lettuce to bread and the meat, that shit is going to start moving. You need something for the structural integrity, but like it still needs to be like varied just a bit. So it's usually like a variation, and I like to put a lot of lettuce on mine because I just love it. But like just having that variation where you're like, instead of putting all of your meat together at once, put some meat, put whatever vegetable you're putting in between, then maybe put your cheese, and then put your meat, and then lettuce, and then... And it gives it like a good weight, and it gives it a good bite all the way through, because not everything is all collected in one place. Mayo and ranch, they will never make me hate you. I've always been anti-mayo unless it's a base for another dressing with actual spices and flavor. Mayo is good. I love Kewpie. Okay, I gotta lock in for my midterm. Good luck, Axolotl. Dude, when I had lunch yesterday, at my work, my chicken was moving? What? Don't tell me about it. I can't handle. Okay, if I ping you in Graven server once I'm done with the Sarika drawing, please. I would love that. Let me know. Making some beautiful sandwich goodness. Taking note, my next sandwich will be life-changing. Dude, it helps, okay? It helps a lot. Chicken on the sandwich? Don't tell me about it. I don't want to deal with it. Or Robin, keep that shit to yourself. I don't want to know. This is the one thing, listen, I can't handle, like, food yuck. It's something, I don't know why I'm, like, extra sensitive to it. Like, it's something where I can't, it becomes like an intrusive thought and can ruin my appetite really bad. That's like the one thing where I'm like, I can't handle it. I can't handle like hair in food. It's probably like my kryptonite. Anything that's not supposed to be in the food, being in the food. Like I can handle, I'm like, oh, there's a piece of gristle or there's cartilage or there's something in like meat. Like that's something where I'm like, that's going to happen. That's fine. But there's something about it where it's just like, I can't handle it if it's yucked up, you know, and I don't want to deal with that. Because we've evolved to be where, I mean, yeah, to some extent, everybody has like a limit where they can be grossed out, but I know mine is a little more sensitive than the average person. Have you seen the Sanders Sides episode on intrusive thoughts? No, I have not. I would be very curious about that. I like moving out between the bun, not physically moving. Oh, see, here's something. Example. God damn it, I'm getting so fucking tired. By the way, I'm getting so sick and tired of shredded lettuce on my burgers. I don't know why this has been happening recently. New trend. Maybe it's cheaper. I don't know. It's been happening at the... It doesn't matter where I go. It's happening at the Wendy's. It's happening at the Burgerville. It's happening wherever. And I, like, personally complain to them because the problem is they're putting it in there and they're putting it, like, on the bottom of the sandwich, like, crazy style. And because it's all shredded up, Master said it was cheaper. Okay. Probably. Yeah, the lettuce is like, it's not like super thin, but it is definitely chopped up. And this is something where it's just happening at like regular fucking like franchises. Like this is not like the local place is doing it. It's like the Wendy's is fucking doing it. Where it's like not quite like thinly shredded, but like it is like very much chopped. You know what I mean? And I don't fucking know why, because when I go to bite my sandwich, all of my lettuce bits are falling out of it. And that is so annoying. It sucks ass. Stop. Stop doing it. Stop doing that. The lettuce is so important. It is. It is. That's the thing. But anyway, I think when you treat a sandwich and its composition and you're like layering it and thinking about it, like, you know, like I said, like I don't want to bite through like a squeezy weird brick with some shit on top because it's all just gonna fucking fall out at that point. You just want to like layer it up, mix up the layers just a little bit. Think about where you're putting stuff. I had a sandwich this morning for breakfast, lunch, more like it, but like, you know, it was the first meal of the day. It was a good fucking sandwich. I'm gonna be real. It was pretty fucking good. I got to put avocado on it. I had turkey. Really could have used some bacon. That would have been awesome, but we don't have any. Shredded lettuce is better for Mexican food because burritos hold it. And anyway, I'm not like crazy about lettuce in burritos, but that kind of depends. I would much rather like a cabbage because it's gonna actually like withstand the heat in the burrito. Either this or you take a bite out of your Subway sandwich and you get a full head of lettuce in your teeth. It's amazing. Look, I would rather eat like... I would be happy with a sandwich that was like a fucking 80% lettuce and a little bit of meat at the bottom or whatever the fuck, maybe some cheese. But I also, like, I'm a bitch who loves salad. Like, I love a vegetable, right? But, like, that's so I would rather have like a huge, like too much lettuce on accident versus like not enough. I think they probably switched to shredded as opposed to leaves of lettuce because it's easier to use the whole head of lettuce. You know, if using whole leaves, they can't use the small inner leaves and ugly leaves, I'm sure. And that makes sense to me, right? That really does make sense. That's why I'm like, it must be like cheaper. You could also use uglier, you know, like not perfect lettuce. And I get it. The only thing is compositionally, it's driving me fucking crazy. Salad bar, more like awesome bar. I want a Niku sandwich. I'll make you a Niku sandwich. For the last con that we did here, so that was like in January, I just like made sandwiches for lunch every day and we brought them in. And Jules was there and I made Jules eat half a sandwich because Jules walked up and then was like, yeah, I haven't really eaten anything. Like I got like a little bit and I was like, oh, sick. Okay. And I just pulled out a whole half of a sandwich and I was like, eat this. There you go. So, whenever Jules is back in here, they can also attest. Whole half. You're gonna eat so much food when I visit? Absolutely. It's gonna be fucking crazy. We'll have our cooking stream because guess what? That shit comes with 2 lav mics. You gotta come to Anime Midwest. I gotta walk up to your stand and hand you a sandwich wrapped in a ribbon. I would be so touched. Anime Midwest, huh? We were just taking down a bunch of cons to, like, look at. Yeah, because last time I got hit with some sort of beam that had an effect. I know, you came and then you're like, oh, I don't feel so good. And it was just like, well, shit. What can you do? I've done Anime Midwest? Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. Canary? Canary, are you listening? Anime Midwest? Write it down. I was like having such a hard time eating, and then we went on a walk and I had a horrible nosebleed. Oh yeah, that's right. You did have a nosebleed. And I know you love food. I've been with you other times other than when you were like, I don't know why I feel so bad. I can't play Fallout Boy. I know it's the instrumental, but that's still gonna get me in trouble. Hold on. Chicagoland area, okay. I haven't made burgers in a while. Anime Midwest, you say? Yes. I love Paw Rappa. I miss grilling. I've only done it a few times. I don't think I've like on a grill, like a grill with the bars, or like a, because sometimes like a griddle. I wish I had a griddle. I would love to make pancakes on a griddle. Okay. The chili! Oh, thank you.
Put in like fucking trust. You want this? You want to try this? Yeah, I do. Okay. You do a review for the stream.
I can. I was starting
not fucking sponsored.
Not fucking.
Not fucking. Dentist drilling in my mouth.
Drilling in my mouth.
You need anything else?
Nope.
Okay, hopefully it's fine. I've done my best.
You've done this a billion times. It's gonna taste delicious, thank you.
I get these fucking raviolis.
You're having not raviolis. Okay. You frequent any Canadian cons? So we've been to a couple Canadian cons, because my partner got into them. The only thing that makes it difficult with Canadian cons is specifically, right, there is the, like, money exchange and how it obviously does not, Canadian does not translate the same into USD. But the biggest issue primarily is that I can't take card when I am in Canada. Like, that's the biggest problem because, like, you have to have basically, like, a Canadian bank to charge card while you're in Canada. So unless I had a Canadian friend who could take card and then we could sort out the money later, I could only take cash, which usually is like okay. The thing is, my experiences in Canada, I want to go back so bad. I also want to say hi to Dead Cute again because she was the sweetest and we like immediately hit it off. You want to come to Canada so bad? I do! But I need I need options. Okay, you guys, we're gonna food review. We're starting the food blog, okay? We're trying a V8 Energy Peach Mango. I'm off to a good start. We might be able to do Vancouver. Yeah, probably. I mean, we also have like pals in Vancouver, so it makes, would PayPal work maybe? I don't know. It's like it's weird because it is like based on location. Is really like the biggest issue here. Yeah, it's like not, because it's the same too when people from Canada come down to the US, they don't have the means to take card. And yeah, most people won't necessarily, like, if you're like, okay, I'll send you an invoice or send money to this PayPal, people don't want to go that, they don't want to deal with that. So that's the one issue. But I would love to come to Canada because I want to really bad. So don't think that that's off the table as much as it takes a little more finagling to make work. Anyway, all right, we're gonna drink our V8 Energy, Steady Energy and Supports Focus Peach Mango. It has a blend of green and black tea and some B vitamins. And we got this as like a juice for DCS to drink. And the thing is, they turn into a crazy person on even regular caffeine. like they have a Coke and they're kind of getting a little too zippy. And then they drank this and it turned them insane. And this is why sometimes we joke, right? We joke where they're like, haha, what if I took some of your ADHD meds? Not real, not serious. And I was like, you can't, because you would eat human flesh. You're not allowed, because you would eat human flesh, I'm pretty sure. You would turn into, like, some other kind of creature at that point. I don't think it's wise. I'm on V8 right now. Insane. I'm on the V8, dude. We had gotten some, and it was like a black cherry flavor. Thing is, I love cherries. I love cherries. Again, I love fruit and I love fish, right? And I love cherries. And, but like I have such like a touch and go with things that are cherry flavored, because it tastes like cough medicine to me half the time. And sometimes it doesn't, right? Sometimes I can find something that doesn't, because I do love cherries and cherry things, but like so often it's like we're playing a dangerous game. Anyway, the black cherry was like okay, but it had that tinge of medicine, so I couldn't drink it. So now we're trying peach mango, which is a really long roundabout way to try this out for the first time, huh? That's grape flavoring for me. No, it's the same for me. That's not bad. There's some quality to V8 drinks, even if they aren't like vegetable, that tastes like a V8 drink. You know what I mean? What are they doing? What are they putting in there? Maybe it's the carrots. Maybe it's the carrots they're putting in there. I was gonna say it's carrots. That's funny. I was like trying to think of like what is the consistency that they put in, and I look at the list and I was like, ah, yes, carrots. Just drink mango juice today. It's so good. By the way, I am eating chili. Delicious chili. There was cheese beautifully atop it. I mixed it in to try and get it to melt some more. I made the mistake of drinking V8 as a kid before I could appreciate them as an adult, so they're ruined forever for me. I drank V8 as a child all the time, but I fucking love it. Like, listen, I grew up in my grandma's house. She helped raise me. So I was eating a lot of what you would think to be old people food. I love cottage cheese. I love Raisin Bran. I love V8. Grape nuts, let's fucking go. Like, it was so much of, like, I also, you know, I ate other shit expected of a kid, but, like, I also love stupid horse shit, and I always did. I was an annoying picky eater as a kid. I've never been a picky eater in my entire life. When I thought there was stuff that I didn't like, Turns out I just had them bad. I thought I hated lima beans. Not true. I just had really bad lima beans. I thought I didn't like bell peppers. Not true. I was just having them bad. It's so worth revisiting food in adulthood that you thought you did not like, especially if it's prepared in a different way. Highly recommend it, because hey, if you try it and you don't like it, then like now you know better. You're like, okay, cool. I just really don't like this or that. Right? That's fine. It's okay to have things you don't like, but like giving things a shot gets you a long way. And you know, also like, because people can be so weird about like people being picky sometimes. And it's like, it's fine to have boundaries. You know what I mean? And like, people are always going to be a lot, they're going to lay off, usually, if you're like willing to try something, you know? I'm always pissed when I don't like something. I will try it a lot just to make sure. That's how DCS is. They don't like squash and gourds. Really at all, and it makes them upset because they love to look at them and want to like them so bad. And so we've tried like a million bajillion squash. That's so funny because squash is in your name. And was just like, this pisses me off. This is not right. I should like these. And so we keep trying a bunch of different ones. We found like one that they like, okay, and we haven't been able to find it again. That said, I fucking love squash and I love kabocha. So, like, really specifically, I fucking love kabocha. I used to not like mushrooms and bell peppers, and now I love them. Fuck yeah, I fucking love mushrooms. And I love a good bell pepper. Ridiculously picky as a kid, and suddenly when I turned into a teenager, my range expanded. Now I'm trying new stuff all the time. It's also, like, common that your palate develops and something was like too bitter for you beforehand. You know what I mean? Me trying natto before I left Japan to see if I magically liked it yet. I did not. It tasted like feet. I love natto. It's hard to find a food I don't like. Genuinely. Have you tried squash chips? I haven't, but that sounds awesome. I like the mushrooms we put in the hot pot. Did you? Good. Because we probably had enoki, love enoki, and king oyster mushrooms or trumpet mushrooms, depending on where you are or what they're calling them. Same thing. We usually also have like beach mushrooms. Dude, I saw a little blueberry pie.
Yeah. $1.98. $1.98 at the
$1.98 blueberry pie. The crust leaves a lot to be desired.
That's true.
And I wish blueberry's not that strong.
No, it's not, which is a fucking problem for me.
Yeah. I'm mostly, it's not that it's doughy as in it's undercooked. It's doughy in that I feel like I'm tasting the crust and the crust ain't that great. And that's the most of what I'm getting out of that.
$1.98.
$1.98, why are you surprised?
Shut the hell up! Sometimes $1.98 is filled with like the fake chemical, okay?
and the fake
just
chemical
like,
tastes so
and
good.
you're blasted with the fake chemical. Blueberry is the best in the world. It's probably my #1 food.
Not true.
Nothing's fucking better.
Y'all ever had strawberry rhubarb pie? I have. I had it as a kid and I loved it. Weirdly become less tolerant of onions recently. I like the taste, but I've been picking them out of a lot of shit. A friend of mine loves onions, and they just suddenly can't really eat them anymore because sometimes the onions are evil, and it like hurts them so bad they get like a migraine. And so now they've just had to start avoiding them. I haven't taken a single bite of my chili yet. I could eat natto with the texture. I don't know if I could eat natto with the texture, baby. That's fair. The cheese. My favorite pie, hands down, is strawberry rhubarb. I usually say my favorite pie is cherry pie. And I guess that's still true, and that's because I have slightly sentimental reasons for it. But it's so easy to have a cherry pie that kind of sucks dick. Because it's just so, like, basic cherry pie filling that's, like, tart cherries that, like, I like, but, like, I don't know. I had a kind of a bad one, like, this last week. It really depends sometimes, but, like, my grandma, every time I went up to see my other grandma, not the one I grew up with, I would go up to see her, and she would always get me a cherry pie. And on top of that, every morning for breakfast, she would make me waffles and hot chocolate, and I would get to fill all the waffle squares with all my with the syrup. And so, even though it was, like, kind of sweet and hot, like, all together, which normally, in any other circumstance, I'd be probably not that crazy about, but it's just like, oh, I remember the I wouldn't have cherry pie for breakfast, but I was having waffles and hot cocoa made by my grandma, and she would always get me a cherry pie, and so I always think of my cherry pie, and I'm like, ah. And I do love cherries. Cherries are one of those fruit, like, I will eat them until I get sick, because I keep eating too many of them, and then later, I'm like, ooh, cherry flavor is either boring as shit or amazing, no in between. Dude, Rainier cherries are so fucking good. Oh, dude, Mansion Basement, but, like, played by a guy. By several guys. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is good. I don't have cherries that often, but they really are so good. Where I live is, like, berry territory. Because we're in the Pacific Northwest. So we get, dude, Marionberries are so fucking good. I had a Marionberry pie, like, the week before. I was really craving, like, a sweet treat. So we went to the grocery store, and I got some, like, locally made, it was, like, half of a pie, and it was just, like, slop in this thing. It was so fucking good. It was, like, every time I ate it, like, I could feel my brain light up. You know what I mean? I was like, this is what I'm meant for, was eating this fucking Marionberry pie, because the crust was so good. It was just good crust throughout, but also it had, like, good texture because they had some of the kind of sugar crystals on the top, right? But the crust was also not, like, too thick, so it was really just so much fucking pie filling. Oh, God, it was so good. I want to go back. I want to have specifically that pie again. I only ever had Marionberry pie ice cream from Tillamook. Yeah, well, that makes sense, because that Marionberry is, like, Oregon's original berry or whatever. So that's, like, our local thing. And it really is kind of like a blackberry, but, like, a little to the left. Usually, like, a little bit sweeter. You're not going to have as much of, like, a tart Marionberry like you could have a tart blackberry. Tillamook Marionberry ice cream, that's my shit! Let's go, Tillamook! Cheers! Dink! Also, by the way, it's pretty good. I don't think I said I was talking about the carrots. It has a nice little, like, peachy mango. It's smooth, you know? And it's just an energy kind of boost that's not, like, it's not so huge, honestly. And it's not carbonated. It's just juice. And it has tea in it. So, it's kind of, it's, like, smooth. It's nice. Sweet and close to blackberry with some raspberries on it. Yeah, I feel like it's, like, a blackberry's, like, cuter sister. It's just, like, there's just, like, a sweetness in there, and it's a little more even. Because, like I said, like, I love blackberries, but, like, I feel like sometimes there's, like, this certain tartness to it, and I love tart, right? But, like, not everybody does. So it's something where, like, you can, hold on, I'm gonna see if I can cross my leg. Okay. Okay. Berry shaming. I tried Hidden Valley Ranch for the first time. The first time? Like, you're up in Canada, right? Is ranch not Canadian initially? Isn't it like Am I misremembering that? Is Oregon like the berry zone or something? Absolutely. Yes, we are. Particularly, you know, up more kind of northern, when we start hitting into that Pacific Northwest, like, biome. Yes, it's fucking berry time. I've never had Hidden Valley. Okay, well, how did you feel about it? They have ranch, I just never had Hidden Valley, and people hype it up super hard. Do they? I feel like it's just ranch. It's good, you know, if I like ranch, but actually falling asleep now. I'm gonna dip. Night, Ellie. It was ranch. I was more interested in the pizza. Dude, fucking dipping your pizza in ranch. It's so delicious. I do think it's so funny when it's like something that's like, huh, that's weird. People don't normally do that, because like Graven was talking about it the one time because he was from New York and they don't really do that over there. And coming over to Cali and being like, what are you fucking doing? You know? It's good though. Ugh, it's so good. That's a school lunch special, baby. Dipping pizza is evil to me. Well, then I'm Satan. It's me, gay Satan. I love dipping my pizza in ranch. I'm not doing it like, it's not like something that I have to do every time I eat pizza, but it's so good. Once had a friend that drenched his whole pizza in ranch. It was crazy. I can understand if you're drizzling instead of like having to dip every single time. But loves dipping my pizza in queso. I can see it. There's just more cheese, you know? I accidentally bought a Hawaiian pizza that had barbecue sauce instead of regular sauce. Oh yeah, I've had, you know, pretty alright, like, barbecue pizza. It's not my favorite, though, to be honest. Cheese on cheese violence to myself. I would die for margarita pizza, tomato basil. Dude, margarita pizza? Ugh, I love basil. Oh, basil. Dude, have you ever just eaten Thai basil? That shit is so good. It's so fucking good. All forms of basil. God's favorite herb, I feel like, you know? I've had buffalo chicken pizza once, and I think I just need to make it myself to get the taste I want. That makes sense. How do we feel about anchovies? I didn't know there was more than one basil. Yeah, there are different kinds of basil. Never had them. Interesting. Again, I'm a bear and I just want to eat fish and fruit. I love anchovies. They are very salty. So it's not something you typically eat by itself. Okay, and let me get this straight, because I know there are gonna be people who are gonna be like, oh wait. You're thinking of the... Oh, yeah. So, there is a difference between sardines and anchovies. Anchovies they're like thin slices. They're very salty. But it's mostly like a little meat strip, right? Of a fish, of a small fish. They are very salty. You'll find them on pizza and other stuff. Sardines are just the little fish in a can, right? You know, usually they don't have like a head, but it's like a little fish in a can. And sometimes people get them mixed up, because I'm like, oh yeah, I love eating sardines from a can, which I do. And then people are like, what? And you see the alarm, and you're like, no, not anchovies, sardines. I finished the sandwich masterpiece. Thank God. I'll look at it in a second. Canned sardine is very close to any other smoked fish. Yes, sardines are not typically salty. Also true. But anchovies, I like a lot because they really are just a blast of fucking salt and a little bit of fish. I love them on fucking pizzas. when I go to Mod Pizza, I get them in my salad. One of the more common proteins in the school lunches were Pacific Sorry, including all the bones, and we were just supposed to eat the bones. And anchovies scare me. Okay, no. Anchovies and even sardines, because they're so tiny, you don't even realize that they're there. Like, the bones are so small, and because of, like, through the process that they got, like, cooked and smoked and everything, like, you genuinely do not feel them at all when you eat. They aren't there, basically. Like, you do still get, the thing is, eating little itty bitty bones is so good for you because it's just calcium that you need. And they're not poking you can't feel the crunch or anything. No, not really. Like, sometimes in, like, a bigger sardine, like, it's like a little bit, but it just crumbles. It's just something that crumbles, and it's just, like, super soft, and it's just, like, not hard at all. Bone and fish is terrifying to eat. I did once by accident, never again. So, like, but when they're, like, the little fish, when they're, like, a little sardine or a little anchovy, you're fine. You're just not gonna know. And it's good for you. The most sad and intense fish talk with a song. Yeah. Fish with a big fat cartoon tear, you know? I want to try them on pizza, but with someone who actually likes that topping in case I hate it. Yeah, that's fair. Look, if we're ever around each other, I'll be your man, okay? This chili is hitting the spot so fucking good. But just know, this anchovies are just kind of intense. They're really salty, okay? Don't be surprised how salty they are. But, like, they're good with things. When I get them in my salad, I usually have them with a big bite of a bunch of lettuce and other stuff. Like, I'll get, like, chickpeas and corn and stuff like that. And then I also put anchovies in it. And you really want to brace it with other things. Like, Kat, if you've had, like, you know, umeboshi, like, you can't have that shit by itself. Yeah, but it's really, really intense. You know, it's really sour and even a little salty. But, like, you know, umeboshi is really intense, but you really want to, like, and I fucking love umeboshi so much. It's so good. It's a similar kind of, like, it is concentrated. It's just really salty. And then, like, there's, like, that bit of fish to it. But you gotta have it with some rice. Exactly. It's the same thing. A balancing addition. This baby can't get excited when you guys have canned fish. No, he doesn't give a flying fuck about fish or meat at all. Never heard of umeboshi. Umeboshi is like a... Usually it's just described as pickled plum. It is... Yeah, it's very sour. It has a sweetness to it because it's still a fruit. Yeah, it is one of those polarizing kind of food. I love umeboshi. But it's like, it's kind of like a pinkish red. Sometimes it can get kind of like a brownish red, depending. They're, you know, different kinds. Sometimes they're kind of, if you like prunes, like, I don't think you're gonna have like a texture issue with umeboshi. Yeah, it is sour, sweet, and salty. Yeah, and you put, oh, it's so good. I love fucking sour food. I love sour candy. People think I hate it because I'm making faces when I'm eating them. I'm like, no, I'm having sex. Like, I also, you know, I was like, ooh, is that like an extra little lemon slice that there? You know? Yum. See the Blue Sky account that posts the cat licking a graham cracker every Monday? That's like Gandalf, right? I think his name is. Gandalf's little, his graham cracker Monday. Mm-hmm. This chili is really good. My friend just taking a huge bite out of the frozen lemon skewer decoration on her drink. Oh, hat in time. pie. Delicious. Animorphs, the chili is always a hit. It is. I have played and beaten A Hat in Time. And then we were playing some of the bonus, like, DLC. And just, like, I ended up just falling off of it for no real reason. Hat in Time should have gotten more attention. It got a lot of attention. It is a very beloved game. Did you play the Cute Cats and Seals DLCs? No, I was playing the, I always think of it as, like, the Majima DLC. Because that's what everybody was always pointing to about it. The Super Rocket, there's not a lot of fan art. I guess it depends on where you're looking. But people really liked it. Bought it on Steam ages ago, but haven't sat down with it yet. It's something where, like, if you ever played a game on the GameCube and you play Hat in Time and you're like, this is so many games on the GameCube. It's very like, did you play the Wind Waker? Did you play specifically Mario Sunshine? Did you? Like, it's so... It, for me, was almost kind of annoyingly distracting. Did you play, Luigi's Mansion? Like, Hat in Time, baby. It's kind of got all of it. It's very much like people who loved specific games, and they also really love Okage. And then everyone's like, who's this cool shadow guy? He's so fun. And I'm like, that is King Stan. That's King Stan from Okage. Pull him up. Pull up Stan. Okay, hold on. Let me find him really quick. There he is in the wiki, I guess. Show me his art. There's a picture of him and Ari. That's like a screenshot at all. This is just how he looks in game. Hold on. I'm pulling it up. I'm pulling it up. Okay. No, no. I go over here. Oh, I have shit turned off. Hold on. We'll just see. This is King Stan as he looks in the game. This is like his art. He's a shadow that like connects to the main character, Ari. Okage is so good. It is a game on the PS2 that is a cult classic in the way that like everybody who's played it, everybody who's ever played it like loved it to death. Yeah, Ari is the most like nothing personality. And that's not as like, wow, poorly written. It's like, that's like the joke. That's like the point where it's just like everyone overlooks Ari, and so they're just like talking to Stan, who's the big shadow behind him. Anyway, this is King Stan, the OG. And the shadow guy, whose name I can't remember, in Hat in Time, is very, very obviously, clearly, like, very much based off of Stan. Like, it's not even like, oh, haha, cool, similar idea. It's like, no, no, no. They clearly are Okage fans, like, through and through. Like, here's the cover. This is the main character right here. This is Ari. The art style is very, like, distinctive, very, very beloved PS2 game. Anyway. We love Stan in this house. His descendant, very much. I'm enamored by his kitty cat ears. He's the best. I'm adding this to my backlog, please. I think it might be... Meow, 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 meow. It might be... I think it's on, like, the PlayStation Network, to some extent. Somewhere, some way. But, very much recommend it. Love the soundtrack. Oh, good. You're putting it in. Can I get a big tree hole, please? Hey, Flat Zone 2. Meow, 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 meow. I want more chili. This is the song Sora sings when he's making Bumpus. Yeah. Send you more tennis. I'm so brain rotted right now. Dude, I should join you in this brain rot. Ooh, these are good. I love this lounging one. I love these. These are so cute. Dude, Big Tree Hole is so good. I can't wait for that to come up so that I can be like, everybody, this is Big Tree Hole from Okage. I can get you some? I would love some. I see you coming.
Everyone's gonna hear Big Tree Hole and go like, oh yeah, that's a song Niku likes.
Yeah, yeah, it's true.
Because it is just sound.
It is.
Sound.
Yep.
Playing in 21 minutes? What the what kind of long-ass squirrel game? How long squirrel game? God damn!
That one's playing in 18 minutes. There's just so much in the queue. We'll get there when we get there, okay? It's fine. First, we have to listen to Mario Party 8 music. Yakuza Metro. There it is. Mario Party 8 OST kicks ass. I never really played much of Mario Party 8, specifically. I had, let's see. I mean, I still have. I had 4, 5, and 6 on the GameCube. Are you excited for Okami 2? I am. I was there when the trailer got revealed, and it made me very emotional. But even then, I'm not like the biggest Okami head I know. It's just like, what an important fucking game to get like a much deserved sequel all this time later, you know. Thank you. Love you too. Yippee! More chili. God, I love Okami. I didn't get to go through Okami until I would say, like, it's not that long ago. It was probably like 8 years ago now. It might have been like, I try to like gauge, like, the time is easier to gauge when I'm thinking of like the place I was in at the time. And I was in this house, which to me feels like, you know, well, it hasn't been that long, but it's been 11 almost, you know, it's been like 11 years. And we're closing in on 12 years living in this one place. So to me, that feels like not that long ago. So it was probably like 7 or 8 years or something like that when I finally went through it, because I just did not have a PS2 growing up. So a lot of, you know, that's why I ended up playing Kingdom Hearts finally all of this time later, because I had the means to do so. It is surreal. It has real streets and weirdly unstylized in a very not Mario way. See, when they started to do that thing where they were like, yeah, actually, let's have them all be together on, like, one car together while you're going through, and I was like, why would you? That feels like that fundamentally, like, screws up how the game works. So I hadn't played really any Mario parties until, like since I had been, because I loved them on the 64 and I got all of them on the GameCube, and then past that I did not really touch them until some of the more recent ones where it was like, here's a collection of all of these different games, and then here's the more recent one that I suddenly can't remember the name of, that I own and I've played quite a few times. What would you guys say the runtime of Final Fantasy X usually is? Almost 20 hours deep, but I don't know how far that is. It's Superstars, yes. 10? God, what is the runtime for 10? It's lengthy, but it's not like too fucking long. If you mention to me the last thing that happened to you, I could probably give you a good idea of where you are in the game. I'm super late to the Kingdom Hearts thing. I got into it maybe January, February, and I've gotten through all of the games on KH3 now. Dude, fuck yeah. In fact, my first Mario Party was the Switch one. That doesn't surprise me for you. I'm at a save point with a big elephant type thing. Oh. The shoe puff? Kitty? You mean the shoe puff that you will ride? Ride the shoe puff? You still got quite a bit of game. You got quite a bit of game left, that's for sure. Ride the shoe puff? Do you guys think it is ill-advised to play Dream Drop first if I'm familiar with the story? Jump in where you want. It's not like you're, like, completely unfamiliar with Kingdom Hearts, Alder. You know stuff, right? And if that's what interests you first, go ahead. If somebody were experiencing the story for the first time, you know, I would say just start at the fucking beginning and play it in obviously, play order. But, like, as long as somebody's playing, I'm happy you're playing than not playing, you know what I mean? I know people who started with KH3 and then went backwards. I know somebody who read through the Sleeping Realm theory before they played Kingdom Hearts, and then they went, that seems really crazy. What's this all about? Played Kingdom Hearts 3, and then went through the rest of the series like an insane person. So, I know it is insane, right? Some people are just built fucking different, but, like, that's something where I know people who their first game was Chain of Memories. I know people whose first game was 358. Like, it's something, as long as you're just playing the games, that's better than not playing. And I just want, you know, go in, have fun, obviously hold the reasonable expectation that it's probably going to allude to or hint at or even answer questions to things you didn't know were questions, because there are ongoing series mysteries and things that you're jumping into the middle of, right? But otherwise, they're all, like, title contained stories for the most part. Like, it's all continuous and interlocking, but, like, you could go into 358 and be like, what's this kid's problem? Who's this other guy? You know, what's going on? Oh no, this is sad. Uh-oh, you know, and, like, kind of put it together. It's fine. Oh, your heart, Alder. I played Dream Drop during high school after not having touched Kingdom Hearts since I could rent it at a Blockbuster. Hello, Tokoyami. Partner played KH2, Birth by Sleep, and KH3, knew nothing about the rest of the story. I love that. See, it's when people, like, knowing that they don't have all the pieces, then try to make a judgment call on, like, well, this doesn't make any sense, and so it is bad. And I'm like, oh, honey, you haven't finished cooking yet, have you? Like, that's not really a statement on whether it actually delivered what it's trying to do well or not, just because you jumped into the middle of a story, you know? Like, you jumped in to, like, halfway through a book and then played the rest. Like, some people just, I don't know, they don't have that, like, they don't know how to remove their own, like, experience versus, like, what, like, a piece is trying to do. A lot of people aren't the best at doing, like, critique, and they don't understand how to do it as much as they're like, well, I think this is wrong. And you're like, okay, does this harm what it's trying to accomplish? Or did you simply not like it? You know what I mean? Like, people have trouble sussing that out for themselves sometimes. You don't have any right. Currently trudging through mobile games alongside KH3 at the same time. It's fun. Interesting. Yeah, it's, that's an interesting way to do it because the mobile games were coming out before KH3 and it finished after KH3. And so that's the one thing where I'm trying to figure out when Graven is going through, like, what to have him do first once he gets there. Because I don't want to keep him away from KH3 for too long, but I feel like going through the mobile games and getting to at least a certain point, and then, like, maybe he can even just have a day where he's just passively going through it while he is also playing KH3. That might work it out, I'm not sure. It really does suck that, like, these games were originally released for every single console. I think that's part of where this argument sticks from, because when these games were first released, people couldn't afford all of the consoles on top of the game, so they would inevitably be missing pieces of the story. Well, this is a series where every part of the story is important. Yeah, that's very much where it comes from. It's like those bad one-star food reviews where they change the thing from the recipe and blame the... Yeah, exactly. Fandom has a stopping point that tells you when KH3 came out to stop watching and go play it. At least to the point where the mom foretellers are introduced. So that way he has context for the epilogue. Because here's the thing. I feel like... Because before KH3, they kind of expect... They're like, here's back cover. Like, this is an expected release. Like, if you're going through things in release order, like, you're gonna experience back cover before at least you get to KH3. And I feel like back cover might hit better if you've at least watched Key. Like, browser, like, original just through that, right? Before you even touch, like, Cucks. It's unlocked a big core memory for me. We actually discussed Dream Drop at my school's video game club. This was before I picked it up, so I couldn't input much, but I remember the head guy feeling very middling on it while the girl who helped run it loved the Dream Eaters. Yeah. Is there a way for him to play it? No. The mobile games specifically, like, there is no way to, like, play them. He's just gonna have to watch them. There's also the back cover movie, yeah. Or Remind after Vanilla KH3. Dream Eaters were so cute, and I loved them. They're a bit confusing for me at first, but it was like Neon Pokemon. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So this is... Here's some Okage music. This is, the title screen. So fucking good. Okage is so fucking good. Such a weirdo fucking game. In a great way. The person who made the fan dub is of the opinion that you should watch Cucks and Dark Road before all of KH3. I mean, I'll probably end up talking to Damo about it at some point. I've met the guy in person, but I haven't heard his direct opinion of, like, Dark Road before KH3. I can see that being fine. I feel, yeah, that's the thing. I feel like, especially for things it's setting up, like the Child of Destiny and other stuff like that, I feel like it lets you, like, go and, like, okay, when we get to dive into Xehanort and see a bit more, and then it gives you the easy, like, you know, layup for, like, continuing forward with how that ends. Because I feel like if you get this Child of Destiny shit and then you go into KH3, you're gonna forget it by the time you're out of there. We need to get Damo on the pod sometime if he's willing to stream. I could always ask him sometime just to, like, hang out. He's an Aussie, though, so, like, that's a time zone difference a little bit, but, you know, can be figured out. Though I think at the moment, he's a little busy getting married, so. Divorce context. I haven't gotten a Dark Road yet. One of my favorites is Young Xehanort. Should I be worried? You're gonna eat well. We'll just say that much. There's a really long bout of silence after that. Dude, I fucking love Flat Zone, by the way. I shouldn't surprise anybody. I like noise in my ears. I also love mashups. I know that keeps going. You should use that. Just notice your shirt. I love it. Oh, yes. Beat boots. Scratch the brain. It does. People look at your playlist and go, wow, you really like funky music. I wish I remembered who said it. One of the most flattering things was somebody coming into my stream and going, Niku, have you listened to Lemon Demon? Like, have you listened to the Spirit Phone album? It really sounds like, this is like Niku music. And I was like, you have no idea. I own a physical copy of that album. It was so like, you're right to think so, because yes, I have. And yeah, it is exactly the type of music I like to listen to. A big compliment, exactly, to be known, you know? I also just, in regards to this, like, this is not an Okage, this is, Flat Zone for Mr. Game & Watch from Smash Brothers, mixed with, Heya. Roy with the, I think you'd like Earthbound? Exactly. Yeah. She coming to me and being like, have you played Earthbound? And I was like, I own a physical copy of it. I paid $150 for it. I have a lot of Earthbound stuff. I have the whole plush set. Oh. It's got baby cat hair on him. Mrs. Guides, hi! You like my nest that's being ripped out of time and space? I have the whole gang. I mean, I got more than just this, but like these guys are right next to me. They're glasses bring me joy and whimsy. I'm so glad. Everything matches. Now I gotta put them back. Hold on. I have a bowl of chili and I got too much cat hair, so I need to fix that. Hold on. Alright, Paula, you can just sit over there, it's fine. Niku Green Ness. Funnily, Ness has been my main in Smash for forever. And I do play as the green and orange Ness. Need to get back to Earthbound. I got poo and then I took a break and I don't remember the next thing I need to do. Yeah. Cool shirt. Where's it from? It was a Yeti shirt, but I can point you to the artist. 1,000 Dead Draculas. I do keep, by the way, more and more, like, considering making, like, Kingdom Hearts pattern shirts. It's like, I said it in past, I was like, God, what if I did that? Oh, it feels like it'd be so hard. And then I was just like thinking about it. Thank you, Canary. 1,000 Dead Draculas. This is the artist who made this shirt. They also made that Riku one that was kind of floating around a little while back. I met them at a con, and I had literally gotten this shirt the day before the con. So I wore it to the con, found out they were selling there. I had no idea. So I went to their table, and they were like, because I was wearing their shirt, you know, and I was like, ah, hey! And they were super nice, and their art's just super good, so. I like that you sent to, like, their website specifically, and not just, they're active on Blue Sky, for sure, but they have a Mothman. They do. They have Columbo. The story's there, too. Okay, good. Yeah, their art is fantastic. They're super nice. They have cute Final Fantasy X stuff as well. Some Ape Escape music. Whoa, Columbo. Yeah. Do you want to hear about what I named the Earthbound gang? Yeah, lay it on me. Oh yeah, but anyway, I keep thinking about making like patterned shirts. I feel like button-ups are like really easy. And that's kind of what people expect when you're getting that like all over pattern. They have Supernatural. Hold on. Let me go look. Let me open this shit up really quick. Let's crack it open. Oh, they have a cute Baldur's Gate 3. There's their Columbo. They got a lot of good stuff in here. Yeah, I like their art a lot. I think, was it them? I think they also have a webcomic. Yeah, comics. Patterns are also great for fun socks. Yeah, I was also thinking of socks, actually. I think socks would be so cute to make. Windwonker, yay! Favorite, Ness was named Nerd, Paulo was named a bunch of music notes. Jeff was Dude, and Prince Pooh was Weird. Excellent naming convention. Friends are pulling me to play some games, gotta go. I hope you like the funny art. I look forward to it. Piggy, go have fun. Thank you for stopping by. Little pouchies are nice too. Kind of need that capybara shirt. How can I beg them to make an Ape Escape shirt? We have to... Canary, you have to make Mega Man, and I'll make some Ape Escape. And then we're gonna make these things, and then nobody's gonna fucking buy them until we go to one con where suddenly everybody's buying the one thing. This is something that happened at SoccerCon, by the way. I made Mario RPG stickers, like, right as the remake had come out, right? I was so stoked. I made such cute little stickers. I was so happy with them. And then proceeded to not sell any of them, which I was like, okay, you know, fine, sure. I'm at an anime con, you know, make a cool Spectre. Canary, please. Has there ever been a shirt of like the peak capybaras being serenaded by trumpets? Somebody should get on that, I think. Oh yeah, anyway, Mario RPG stickers, and I'm trying to sell them, and the thing is, I'm at like a retro game con, right? Retro game con with the retro games, so you'd think something like a beloved classic Super Nintendo title, like Mario RPG, might catch anything, and no, I was selling like none of them. Oh, here it comes. It's Big Tree Hole. Music I would listen to. This is such a Nikki song. Yeah, it is. So anyway, it's SoccerCon. Suddenly, I was selling a million fucking Mario RPGs. Not a million, but like I was selling them at all. And every time people were like, oh my god, is that Gino? And then they would buy Gino, or they would buy one and I would give them a Gino because I was like, hell yeah, Mario RPG. And every time I brought it up, I was like, nobody fucking buys them. And they're like, what? You know, I was like, well, yeah. I mean, I feel like that shouldn't be too surprising, but like, I don't know what was in the water. But like, Seattle was like, let's go Mario RPG, and they kept buying the stickers. And I was very pleased with that, but like, I don't know. Sometimes you're at one con, and one thing sells a million times, and you get it in your head, you go, people like this, and then you get more of it, and then you go to like 4 more cons, and nobody buys it once. You were in Seattle recently? We sold at SoccerCon. Whatever this song is, Super Mario RPG Metropolis head was about to get stuck in my head. Washington loves Mario. Sticker feeds like me throwing off the statistics, yeah. I mean, I think our display was probably helping, but we'll be able to go back. I love Seattle. We'll be back there. I didn't get to go to SoccerCon, but my sibling went. Oh, interesting. Well, maybe they stopped by the table. I don't know. boss asked me if I was listening to duck sounds. I don't know what she heard that sounded like ducks. You're about to hear it again. Don't worry. Chili's still great, by the way. My mom calls Vocaloid bug music. Weird. If you have 2 songs in the queue, it won't let you add another one until the other one passes. Okay. There we go. There you go. There you go. Nice. Forgot what I was talking about. Oh, right, because I was talking about making shirt patterns and socks and things. I want to do that. I think there was something I was gonna say. I lost it. I'm not sure. I'm very interested in a cage pattern shirt. Great. Awesome. I have varying ideas. I kind of want to make a Traverse Town specific, like, repeating pattern. That's like, different areas of Traverse Town. Because it'd be really easy to blend the pattern with, like, houses. You know what I mean? Because Traverse Town is just so, like, you know, it would be probably a challenge, but like I want to like that's my idea. You can put a Moogle on it. Well, because I was thinking that like my idea is that like you can see various little scenes of things that happen in Traverse Town in the various distinct areas, and they'd all be kind of like, you know, blended together, but like it'd be like, it wouldn't be like really small, so it'd be kind of big, you know. That's the idea floating around in my head. In my fucking head, dude. It's locked in here with me. I feel like Traverse Town would be the easiest. It'd be like Traverse Town and like Hollow Bastion would be the easiest selling points, honestly. Because if people have only ever played one Kingdom Hearts, it's probably going to be KH1. And they're going to remember Traverse Town and they're going to remember Hollow Bastion. But also you could be deep, deep in it. And you're still gonna go, fuck yeah, Traverse Town, fuck yeah, Hollow Bastion. So, have you thought about Dream Eater merch? I have. Those, when I had socks in mind, I was thinking about like Dream Eater type socks. We'll have to, I think there was something else, but I can't remember. Because a lot of things are always coming out all the fucking time of like merch option and things you can do. I mean, your socks sound super cute. Yeah, I think so too. My issue is I go through socks way too quick. I understand. I don't personally have that problem. But my partner does because they wear socks 24/7. And I don't because I would die. Trying to draw Cloud's blue dress on Tomodachi Life of the Ruffles are killing me. Good fucking luck. I made the world's shittiest Paupu fruit in Tomodachi. Maybe it could be worse, but it really is just like flat. Like I made yellow star, put some green, you know. I was like, well, good enough, and sent it on its way. Circulation is bad. If I didn't wear socks, I think my toes would fall off. Even when it's like cold, if I wear socks, like this is why I'm always in like little shorts. You want to see my little shorts? By the way, they match my shirt, sort of enough. cows. Anyway. I could have gotten them more in frame. I didn't want to do anything weird with my leg. You're matching KH2 Final Fight Temness. Yeah, exactly. Even with socks, my feet turn to ice. Let me recommend to you a fantastic sock brand. Let me find it really quick. I buy them for people in my life for Christmas very often. I recommend heat holders. They're super, super fucking warm. They sell some other stuff that aren't socks, but they mostly do socks. And their socks are like crazy warm. They also have varying levels of how warm they can be. Yeah, not sponsored, but should be. But like, I recommend this to anybody who's like, man, I really struggle with keeping my extremities warm at all. These guys and their fucking socks are bonkers warm. They're super fucking warm. Wool socks with the goat. So try heat holders. My partner has several fucking pairs. They're also somebody who just gets cold really easily. Another friend of ours who is constantly cold. We got some for them, and it's very like they also make really good gloves if you needed that. I need as hot as possible. I bought heated socks recently, and they barely changed temp. Yeah, because that can be like touchy. With, you know, having any heated anything in like a fabric. Especially if it's small and you could be stepping on it. I definitely recommend these though. Give them a shot. Get those like real thick fucking, like they have their levels of heat. Get the hottest one, just give it a shot, like one pair. I wear a ton of toed socks because I hate having my toes sticking together. Interesting. See, I stand in a place, like bare feet, tiny shorts, nothing, like I'm like, please get as much heat off of me as possible. And I stand in the kitchen and I leave a hot spot. It's happened so many times. Where like sometimes even when I go back and feel the hot spot I left from standing there, and I go, oh, right. No socks, no nothing, don't touch me. I'm hot enough as it is. Dude, the amount of times in Japan I would stand up from a chair and just see a patch of condensation from under my ass. That's me, like, all the time. That happens to me on the regular. It's something that, like, I'm so conditioned to expect. I, like, stand up and I always look at a chair before I leave. Big same, I'm the warm friend. Yeah. So you understand. I overheat. We walked outside and it was 75 degrees and I was too hot. How does one learn this power? Genetics. Yeah, I would stand up and make up some motion I would have to do so I could wipe my ass moisture off the damn chair. I just got used to, just kind of scooting off the chair. My body likes to freeze and overheat at the same time. Damn, sounds like you're in hell. I've never gotten migraines from heat. But it triggers my IBS really bad. Which in turn can give me headaches and stuff because I'm just basically letting loose all moisture I ever had in my body. Nikki, you'd be the best person to hug on a cold day. Yeah. I have, in plenty of cases, I'll like hold people's cold little hands just to warm them up. I also, this is so funny. I remember, I guess it was technically last year, but like one time Canary and I were, like we go to the farmer's market regularly, right? And there is like a little coffee shop that's like right there. And we'll get like, Canary and I got the exact same drink at the exact same time. And I would hold mine in my hand and all of the ice in my drink melted before Canary's. Like, so often I have to like, if something is going to remain any kind of cold or chilled or anything, somebody else has to hold it because I will just warm it up every time. Niku has on multiple occasions had to hold me in bed so I didn't die of cold. That's also true. Anyway, every person who's ever met me in person can attest that I am very warm, and if you shake hands with me, you will immediately know how warm my hands are. As well as the rest of me, but the only thing that finally makes me, like, any kind of cold is because I'm down here on the first floor. The vent is, like, right over here, and it blows over here. And because it's, like, actual constant moving cold air, it'll make my fingers and hands really fucking cold because I'm trying to do stuff on my keyboard, and it's like the air is blowing directly onto my hands the whole time. Do you feel the coldness of other people in comparison to you? Yes. Very often, like, I can feel the warmth of my hand against theirs and how much it's not as warm. I will give you frostbite. Well, to be fair, it's never like, I'm like, ooh, so cold. You know, I'm just like, ah, yeah, you're definitely, you know, you've got, like, the reptile, like, heat system. You know what I mean? You need the sun or you will die. There is no, you are not producing body heat for yourself. But when it's, like, nice and chilly outside, like, one of the things that, like, is so unfortunate, I love winter clothes. I think they're so cute. I love the big, bulky jackets and the everything, and I, like, never get a chance to wear them. Ever. I'm in an area that doesn't get the coldest. But even when I was up in Canada and I got to, like, be in the snow and stuff, I was wearing a thin sweater and, like, a vest. And, like... And I didn't have gloves, and my hands were still really warm, like, hot. And it was, like, actively, like, snowing, and we were, like, inner tubing down. I had, like, some sweatpants on, kinda. You know what's great? When you're really warm from the neck down, and your head is freezing. That shit rules. Yeah. I suppose so. I mean, having, like, getting to have the cold, like, extremities in general, because, like, the heat is leaving your head and your hands and your feet and all that stuff, that usually feels pretty good. My patented sleeping technique is having covers only covering here. And everything else sticking out. Seniors I work with love me because my hands are so warm when I help them sit down and stand up. Salt helps blood get through your body. Electrolyte balance issues make me cold. I have to drink an electrolyte at least daily. Yes, so yeah, having salt can help warm you up because it really, like, it can up your blood pressure in a way that is not always a bad thing. It just really gets things fucking going. And if you're like, wow, I'm so fucking cold, like, I don't know, eat a salty, warm food and see where it gets you. But also, you can just have, like, an electrolyte drink, and it can help balance things out. We arranged our room, so I now directly by our AC. It's so nice I can just lift my blanket, blast some cold air. That sounds awesome. I have to have a big box fan that I blow on me every night. I always have to dress warm, even in Vegas. My work is super cold, rip. I wish I could casually wear a jacket or something, because it's like I want to wear the cool winter clothes, or like just have like one little, it's just comfy to wear like a hoodie or something, right? But like I get so hot so fucking easy, I don't get the chance. Okay. Ah. We're back at it, I guess. That one, the sound was going up and down really weird, and also because it's from an anime, I'm just not risking it. My ADHD meds really helped with my cold issues. Interesting. Maybe it's like the stimulant part? Ulcerative colitis. So I got messed up from the meds for the colonoscopy. Oh, yeah. Yes. And I had to hold you because you were like shivering and could not produce body heat. Relaxing about being in a hot pool of water when it's -20 out. I can overheat in the shower. Do you think Lemon Demon songs get copyrighted? I genuinely have no idea. I don't remember because it's been a while since I've played it on stream at all. What's Pocari Sweat? Delicious energy drink. Hold on. Phew. Pardon me. Anyway, Pocari Sweat is an energy drink, not an energy drink. It's like a sports drink, like Gatorade or Powerade or whatever, but it doesn't have food dye in it, which is a lot easier on people. For a number of reasons. Some people just have allergies and they can't deal with it, but also it tastes good and it's good at its job. Pocari Sweat, my beloved. We love Pocari Sweat here. Most likely to the Lemon Demon question. Yeah, probably. It's not an energy drink. I chose the wrong word. Whoa! Super Mash Bros. There are like a few albums by like these guys who call themselves Super Mash Bros. They haven't done shit in forever, but like, I still love these albums that I downloaded off their fucking website forever ago. Surviving on key nutrients, 90 serving powder. It's the only electrolyte that I've tried that's worked. Anyway, I love mashups. It's an art. Okay. Hi, Raku. Welcome in. Okay. All right. What are we doing today, boss? Honestly, I've just been fucking around. I've just been sitting here, talking, and having a nice time. I considered, you know, maybe I could draw, maybe I could play a game. Honestly, I have a perfectly good time just hanging out, just chit-chatting. Exactly. Funnily enough, that's probably some of my highest retention is when I'm just fucking talking. Not that I'm like so caught up in like numbers. I just notice, right? If I am just speaking and hanging out, I'm hosting like a little show. The people love it, you know? And what am I here for if not the people? I like this. Good. I'm glad. Are we still going? We sure are. Hi, Gabby. Welcome back. I had to slowly just dilute my electrolyte drinks with water until eventually my body just decided I could drink water again. Goddamn, huh? We love to yap. We love to yap here is the thing. You know? And I like to think I'm pretty good at it. So, I could do it all day. I could do it off of nothing. Like I have been this whole time. That's the thing. Like, it's funny because for me, when I'm up here sometimes and I'm just doing shit and I'm like, this is nothing. This is easy. I could do this for a bajillion years, right? But like, imagine telling like anybody that you're like, okay, for this assignment in your speech class, you have to talk to people on camera for like 6 hours straight. Can you do it? And not a lot of people can. No joke. You are a 10 out of 10 yapper. Okay, so funny because I was like, I know it's supposed to be positive. And I read it as like, you are a 10 out of 10 like yapper piece of shit. You are the monarch of yappers. Yeah. It's me. And it's not even like I'm just like uncontrollably just like forever, right? I can make something out of just, it's put nothing in front of me. I'll make something out of it. You know what I mean? Your Sariki TED Talk look backs with Tennille are the best. I had so much fun doing those is the thing. That's the thing. Like whenever Tennille and I are like talking to each other, it's particularly like on mic in any capacity, hours. Every time we're just like anything and it just goes. We'll just run with it for like ever. Every fucking time. You're a 10 out of 10 yamper, baby. IV bred, EV trained. Fernia, hi! I can never read piece of shit as positive. It's always that. Skylanders heard. That's funny. It is just Spyro Ripto's Rage. I was so ready to believe Niku calls you in raps. That's what I thought positive stood for. Yeah, so it's supposed to be a like a tone indicator. Like if someone puts like /gen, it usually means like /genuine or like J will be like joking, you know, or /S is like sarcasm. People have criticized tone indicators because they aren't super clear. There's no like universal system. So sometimes some people will use something meaning the same thing, but like nobody's run into that one before, you know, it'll just be like, instead, just if you were to use your words to be like blah blah blah, it's like I mean this genuinely or something. Like then people aren't really gonna be confused, but like S is sarcasm. Yeah. /S is sarcasm. Yes. What did you think it meant? Unless somebody said it and they thought, yeah, POS has a very established prior meaning in English. I thought it was serious. Oh my god. See, no, that's why that, like, usually that's why people put /gen to be genuine. SRS is serious. No, /s is usually sarcasm. No. Sometimes /s is serious. I have only ever seen it used as sarcasm. See, again, the criticisms of the tone indicators is that, like, people will read them differently, or some people will just be like, this works. /j could be joking, you know. And then POS be, yeah, piece of shit, but, like, it's supposed to be like, oh, positive, you know what I mean? It's not the best. Sometimes, usually, if you just go out, you like explain more, where you might feel like you're over explaining, will probably get you a farther, like a longer, more down the line than just using like a / this or that, right? I started going joke, sarcasm, genuine, to type out the whole thing. Yeah, you may as well at that point, right? When people use tone indicators, or yeah, they're very like case by case basis for sure. When people put /POS, it's supposed to be like / like positive. I mean this positively. So like in this case, Tennille was calling me a 10 out of 10 yapper, and then meant that positively, not like, because if you were to call someone like a yapper, it very commonly could carry a negative connotation. But this was meant to be like you are very good at talking, yes, you know. S being sarcasm or silly or serious is killing me. Yeah, that's why it's well intended but flawed. The V8 is still ripping through me. I feel so fine. You're a piece of shit /pause. No way to misconstrue that one. Yeah. Really gotten into the habit of using tone indicators. I'd rather just send something like jokes or I'm just kidding. Yeah, I usually just clarify, like, with words, right? What was I talking about before this? Oh, yeah. Talking forever and ever. And it's something where I'm like, this feels like nothing to me. And it is not a skill everybody has, and sometimes it's important to remember that, because I sit up here and I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? You know what I mean? Like, what do I have on offer? In another life, I would have been like a radio host. So easily. The thing is, so would my dad. He genuinely had an opportunity, I guess, at one point. He kind of helped out with some radio stuff, and they're like, oh yeah, you'd be so good. And he didn't pursue that. And I know that was something he kind of regretted. And it's funny, I am my dad's kid, that's for sure. There's a lot of carryover and things I got from him, so I'm following the path that he didn't get to. In another life, you could be a podcast scammer. Absolutely. Oh, for sure. It's kind of the thing that goes around every other year. Behind of course, where some read. I forever read OFC as of fucking course. Like, I always read it as of fucking course. Because, like, I understand how it'd be like, oh, of course, like, OC wouldn't quite convey of course, but putting another letter in there makes you think there's another word of fucking course. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean of fucking course. I mean, either way, of fucking course and of course are gonna get you to the same end, more or less, if maybe not tonally they sound a little different. You're gonna get the same answer. So but some people read it as of course, and some read it as of fucking course. But I also, I type relatively fast, whether it's on my phone or at my keyboard, so I just be typing whole words. The way I type is like exactly how I talk. It is like it is the same. My writing voice is indistinguishable from my vocal voice, I suppose. While I'm here, what does BAMF mean? Badass motherfucker. I see it occasionally. I'm pretty sure. So that's really funny. You said that. So badass motherfucker. So I used to play an MMO, called Terra, T-E-R-A, just one R. I used to play this, and they had BAMs, and they were basically big kind of boss monsters that you could go fight, whether it was in like a kind of a raid like dungeon scenario, or you just found like this spawn out there. And they were called BAMs because they were big ass monsters, and like that was their official term. Was like, here's your patch note, this BAM blah blah blah, and it stood for big ass monster. So I wrote it as a fucking course, but if the tone reads like it's just of course, then I swap it in my head, if that makes sense. Yeah. Sounds like a comic book hit noise. Well, it turns out you can hit something and go BAM, and, you know, that it is a sound for hitting something. But also, sometimes for the funny, you call it a BAM because it's a big-ass monster. Big-ass motherfucker! What does Peem mean? I only really saw it recently, but apparently it's been... I don't know. Like, in what context do you use that? More Okage music, by the way. Da, da, da. Oh, is that not a misspelling of... I've started saying Peem instead of peak. Is that when it's like, oh man, this is so Peem? It makes me think of, oh, okay, I see. In the same way that I see Yag, where it's just a typo, but it's funny. From internet beloved Bunlith saying Yag. Back in the olden days, I always had the hardest time remembering what OTP meant. Dude, OTP. Sounds like peen. Oreo, I say cucks out loud. All the time. OTP, only trans people. Yeah. Put OTP on the door outside. We are the ones who started calling it Cum Guardian, it's true. I mean, not that we started that, but I will bravely say what everybody's thinking. You know what I mean? Sometimes I almost censor myself in your server, but then I remember that you pronounce cucks as cucks. Yeah, in the cucks chair. It's fine. It's fine. We can use big boy words here, it's okay. You know, they won't want to, you know, Square may not want to sponsor me as I'm, like, loudly shouting Cum Guardian, but, like, maybe, who knows? Maybe one day. Fight the cop in your head. Psychonauts. The reason I used so much formal language when I first joined was because Japan beat the swears out of me. I get in trouble with the others. We're like, no, this is normal. Yeah. Yeah. The tier list. Japan has a long history of that. Mansex, for instance. Japan can't take the swears out of me, I don't think. I'm gonna go to Osaka, they're gonna love it. They're gonna love me there. You know when you're visiting someone and they keep the house so hot? Yeah, and I, like, fucking die? Also stuff that always pops up in niche communities too. I could list string of letters, and it would be absolutely gibberish here. It'd be obvious to someone in another community. Yeah, yeah. Real problem is that I would swear so much there because no one understood me. And now I have no filter. Good. On public just drawing F-bombs everywhere. You just said, like, I am saying fuck out loud in public all the time. But instead yet you opted for F-bomb. I think we still have some work to do. Still fighting the religious shame I was indoctrinated with on the daily. I think it's time that we kill God, Tennille. We're gonna fix you, okay? Sounds like I wouldn't survive in Japan. I struggle to not cuss when I'm in public and crowded places in America. We should talk about Suriku. Oh my god. I got in trouble at work because I was saying fuck. After it closed, it was so salty. Who the fuck? Who? What are we hurting here? We're adults. It's fine. It's closed. My job at least does not care. I mean, granted, I don't think the dogs are gonna tattle on you. You know what I mean? I try to censor myself, but I'll stop myself from saying like, bitch. But I'll still say fuck. Kill God. Kill the Puritan in your head. Be a freak. Be the elephant that jerks off the other elephants. You know what I mean? Feel no shame. They're out there. They're going crazy. The dolphins are having fun. Why not me? Not with the dolphins, but like, you know, if they get to live free, then me too. Which God are we talking about? Whatever one's giving you trouble, huh? Fascism benefits with you having shame. It's true. That's genuinely true. If this is just a passing, not anybody having said any one thing here, but truly people's fears of and like avoidance of sex in any capacity, whether it's just discussion or understanding, is preyed upon very readily by fascism or genuinely anybody seeking to have control. If they can pick that one thing that everybody seems so scared of and make it to be evil, you can point it as a very, very powerful weapon at anybody you don't like. That why do you think it's so like there's such a long history of being like gay people are pedophiles, and now trans people are pedophiles because, you know, it's so easy to just be like, I'm gonna take this worst case thing that people, it's just a thought terminating evil statement of like, this person is just they're just bad because I said so. Don't you believe me? And people go, ah, yeah, they're so bad. Ah, you know, it's stuff like that. Like you gotta have like the knowledge, you know what I mean? Or else it's just something that becomes an easily exploitable weakness of like people's fears of that, which is not to say that pedophilia is like equivalent to being like, well, it's only bad because, you know, you fear sex. It's like, no. That's just something where like, because of the fear, it's like extra potent. It is a thought terminating statement. It is something that you can just point at like a gun and eliminate things because you go, look at that bad thing because sex is so bad. And this one is the worst one that you can do. And it's them, you know, it's just, yeah, it's a boogeyman. Not to say that there isn't a real problem, you know, that doesn't, as if that doesn't happen, but it's just something that's like, it just becomes, like I said, easily exploitable. You can just point a target at anybody. If you can convince them that they're bad, especially if it's of that thing you fear. People nowadays are like, yeah. Greepy sauce? To a much lesser extent, they did that with furries. Yeah, anybody who is like a sexual deviant, quote unquote. So furries have had their fair share of that, or obviously being gay, or anything that's just not being a cis het straight, you know, person. Because it's just sorry, I got distracted reading chat. Anything that is not like the heteronormative, you know, understanding is like, well, you should feel shame because it has anything to do with sex outside of sorry, the song distracted me. Outside of like God's, you know, like mandated procreation, you know, everything, it's all that's all bad and icky and evil, and you should be afraid of it. You should never know what your period is. You know, shit like that. Anyway, kill the shame, understand, and embrace. I think something is the worst possible thing shuts down any and all reasonable discussion. Yes, exactly. That's such a power. Dude, fuck yeah, let's go. We'll take you for a ride. Good old Marvel vs. Capcom, baby. If you defend someone accused of it, you will be caught. Yeah, exactly. It's like life-altering playground cooties is how it gets treated sometimes. How can queers make truck nuts our thing? Queers are shoving their sexualities in our faces. Says the dude who hung a scrotum in the back of his car. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. Really important. Having more knowledge helps you define and understand your own boundaries, which helps make communication more clear and also helps for people not to take advantage of you and those fears that you have deigned to, you know, to interact, like not interact with. We might need car butthole. I think that's the next step. Free art with the T-Girl Wolf who had truck nuts. I love that. Even though if you actually looked into it, God would not give a fuck about gay people. Also true, but like that's, you know. Car butt plug that kills you. Yeah. That's pretty good. Anyway, all that said, kill the cop in your head. Learn things, broaden your horizons. How about Suriku? Huh? How about that? Since Gabby brought it up multiple times in any attempt to like start the subject, I got distracted talking about anything else. Yippee! Yahoo! The mod poll? Wait, did you redeem a mod poll? Sometimes it's just hard to see when things are flying by. Would Car on a Train get copyright? Nope. You could put Car on a Train. I mean, I could also just play it. I don't remember if it was, like, uploaded anywhere yet. How are your guys' Suriku Tomodachi? Okay, so my Suriku Tomodachi, right, I got them mutually crushing on each other, and then all they would do was sit in their rooms, like, lovesick, like, doing nothing. I can't find a given song. Oh, does it work with Spotify? Or does it have to be... Quadratum together. Some kudos on my circuit fix this morning, and I appreciate them. Nice. Lovesick and stupid. Yeah, they were absolutely lovesick in their rooms until I have finally got the,
I'm not taking my sneakers off. I am sneakers so cool.
Anyway, I had finally gotten the Ferris wheel, and so I got them to confess to each other on the Ferris wheel while giving them, I went and made the world's shittiest Paopu for Sora to confess to Riku with, and I've seen other confessions on Ferris wheels that, like, did not go the same that this one did, but this one was basically flawless. There was, like, nothing, it was just like, okay, they go, there was no, you know, futzing with the confession or anything. Sneakers are cool. Anyway, song's distracting. But anyway, yeah, he gave him a Paopu, and then he was just like, would you go out with me? And then Riku said yes. So it was a little short-lived, but like they did it. I kind of wish sometimes that like maybe their reactions would be a little different if they mutually have a crush instead of just going, I would love to go out with you as like the only answer that they have. But like that's like their only response, whether they were like fucking acquaintances beforehand or they also had a crush on them. So I kind of wish that there was a little variety there. But otherwise they had that. They can actually have a mutual crush. Yes, they can. I had them both crushing on each other and then both waiting to confess to each other for fucking, like, days until I finally got the Ferris wheel. Like, download other people's me designs in person. That's about it. You can do that in person, but otherwise, no. Xenicus is cute because Xehanort is pining and it's adorable. Young versions, yes. The when they're at their cutest. My Suruhu did not pine. I live in Canada, fuck my life. No, they think we're gonna draw penis memes and spread them around or whatever. I mean, people would have, but even then, it's just like, how is that any different than, like, what people are doing on, like, Animal Crossing? It's... So much happened in my save. I don't even remember how Suruhu confession went. Which is good, IMO, because it means you can have uncensored memes. Yeah, which is fine, I think. I do wish that, like, if I had somebody on my friends list, I could at least send them something that I made, you know? I think it'd be kind of cute and fun. I wish they gave us uncensored and sharing. I don't think it's worth monitoring, but the game is selling like hotcakes. Like, I do like that they let us say whatever the hell we want. And I get caught off guard when I go in and I see people, they're like, they're discussing fat doinks. And I'm like, oh, yeah, of course. Right, carry on. I saw a girl who drew Hitachi magic wand. I made Utena and Anthe fell in love with Utena and had a natural, if quick, progression from beginning stages to ready to risk it all. Yeah. Someone who drew the Russian sleep experiment. My friend Morgan made that one guy who's like holding his breath through the course of this video and making his face like unbelievably red and his eyes are like crazy. And just like made that guy. It was just so, oh god. It was very well made. I think I did put it in the Discord for everyone to see because it made me laugh. My Suruhu did Mpreg. Dude, as soon as I found out you could turn off children, I went and turned it off. I went and turned that shit off right away. I didn't want to deal with that. Very large part because I simply did not want to have to think of what this child was. But seeing pictures and things that people have been posting where they're like, oh yeah, you know, so-and-so went here and like they're raising their kid and it's like the memories, and that's really cute. I do think it's cute and I'm happy to see it. Isn't that nerfing Torty? Well, Torty can do their own shit on their island. I'm not saying Torty can't Mpreg in their game. Zorda is already a resident of my island. I gave some of my bees their half Mothman babies. But they're pets, technically, right? Mr. Crew's been happily married soulmates for 8 days, and neither have asked for a kid yet. Meanwhile, Zack and Aerith already had Yuffie, and Cloud is about to ask about one with Tifa. How would be doing babies if they didn't instantly grow up? Yeah, and then just suddenly you have another me to deal with. Searching for a name that means horizon, because, you know. Sora Skyriku Land. I guess horizon is one, right? That is a word that means that. I have seen people say that they're like, oh, because, you know, sometimes people have ship names. I remember that was much more common, like, 10 years ago on Tumblr, where people would have, like, maybe even more, you know, even farther back, where sometimes, because, like, you know, instead of just kind of mashing their names together into whatever works, people would have certain names for the ships. And so someone was like, oh yeah, Horizon shipping, i.e. Soriku, basically. I miss you, Pepsi Cola. That's how Yu-Gi-Oh ships are named. Yeah, yeah, and like some places they stuck, other places they did not. It's kind of a whichever, you know, really catches on. It's the same with like when you're putting your names together, it's more about, at least on this side of the pond, about what sounds best to say versus what, you know, once upon a time when we adhered more to name order and what that meant. Some people still adhere to that. And obviously over in Japan, not just Japan, but like just anywhere across the pond, it's like a little different in terms of like fandom spaces where like it's almost like just a matter of tagging where you're like, oh yeah, and this is these two characters, but in this dynamic, you know what I mean? And like, it's fine. It's not my preferred way to go about it, but at least over here, it's a lot more common to just be like, what works? Soriku instead of like Resora, you know what I mean? Or Resor sometimes I see people write and I'm like, no. Boyfriends. The Amazing Digital Circus ones are pretty cute. Funny Bunny is a genius. That is pretty good. Young Justice had Spitfire, Kid Flash Artemis, Chalant, Robin, Zatanna, Museum Heist. It's like certain fandoms lean one way or another as ship names, yeah. Riguri, red and blue. Is it supposed to be like, oh, red and green? That's like Roxas being like Roku something. Rokushi, Aku Roku, right? Lego Monkey Kid did that. My favorite ship was called Spicy Noodles because the main character was a noodle delivery boy and his rival friend was fire themed and liked spicy food. I prefer whatever sounds best. I do love how the Eastern and Western Soriku fans are connecting over social media now. I do like that. It is funny to see something that's like, it's funny because the typical like kanji you'll see tagged with it is specifically like land and sky as far as like order goes, but then they'll tag it in English with like Soriku because like that's pretty much all we use over here is just Soriku. It is just the name of the ship. It's just the two of them regardless of whatever the dynamic is. So seeing whatever and then being like, like I know the order in which you're doing this, but also it's just Soriku, so we also see it. Rikora. Talking to my Fujo sisters from the other hemisphere. Maybe because us Americans don't mind adding a billion tags to our work specifying the dynamic. I don't know. What do I see it? A lot of Japanese Soriku fans are really fascinated by how we do our ship name conventions. I think that's so interesting. I have seen people, like I have seen, like when I was pushing my, specifically our PDFs, right, that we were selling. And I remember a JP account of like, it was a mutual, but like they had retweeted it with an explanation saying that they're like, oh, in English, like they call it Soriku, but it doesn't really mean like, it doesn't always mean like Sora top, like, you know, it's something where I believe in like Western, like it's basically being like anybody can enjoy this, it's a mix of things, it's not really indicative, you know. And I was like, oh hey, and then like I was commenting on it a bit, just like it's true, we just usually use something that just sounds good versus whatever it indicates. It's just the two characters. And I just thought that was what a fun little interaction of being like, I have to explain this to people over here that like this is kind of for anybody. You know what I mean? But I just want to say I fucking love Naru Sasu. It's so funny because I think Sasu Naru is easier to say. But, like, Sasuke ain't topping. Come on. I feel like just Sasunaru, like, rolls off the tongue easier. Anyway. Japanese ship names are very specific. So our ship names are really weird. Yeah, by comparison. Oh yeah, there's my PDF, by the way, that I was talking about. Yam, who I know primarily through the Rokushi, started up a Suriku account. Oh, did they? Like a specific separate Suriku account? Where the hell is that? I want to see it. Because I love Yam's art. Alpha Naruto realness. There was a conversation had between a Japanese fan and a fan from the West about how Japanese artists wanted to use the tag that Western fans would recognize, even if they don't really get why we call it that. People think Roxas would top over Xion, not my ship, but come on. That's the thing where I'm like, I just don't, like... Because, like, I think the thing about it that usually I don't enjoy is that, like, sometimes, like, depending on where you go, see, like, Riku Sora versus Sora and Riku would be considered, like, two different ships. Like, some people treat it so distinctly different that they are as if they are two different ships. And so instead of just having, like, a general Soriku event, it is a Riku top, Sora bottom specific event. Please do not get these mixed. It is this one. And I'm like, okay, I guess I just won't join. Like, it's something so particular in a way that I feel like sometimes it loses nuance. Oh, this is on Twitter. Yuck. Maybe they have a blue sky. I'll go look. Their print is so funny and endearing to me. Oh, I still have the heat holders. Let's see here. Yeah, she drove me nuts when I was doing Zothon art. It's kind of typical of Japanese ships. And yeah, it is like common enough where like God, topping and bottoming isn't that specific or serious. Yeah, like I said, like people will treat it like different ships entirely almost, and or sometimes just do. Basically, like I've seen people talk about it. They're like, "Oh yeah, I love it. I love these characters, but it has to be this way, or I'll throw up." And obviously, they're like, you know, they're exaggerating, but like it's something where it's just like I can't imagine. Like I'm like, ooh, a different flavor of like the dish I love. You know what I mean? It's just like it's more Suriku for me. Yippee! More JP artists need to get on Blue Sky, please. I need more people to leave Twitter. I know. Yam specifies that they're pending like Sora Riku switches essentially, which is the correct way. Yay, two cakes. Exactly. For me, like, if it's the characters together, then that's the ship. Past that point, however you're wanting to explore the dynamic is your flavor. Everybody is they're cooking the same dish, but everybody does it a little differently, you know what I mean? But it's still like the same ship. Like it's the same set of characters, you guys. I used to see Riku as the top, and now I don't, and I still consider it the same ship. It's like reinventing heteronormative relationships roles all over again. Yeah, that's another thing I don't really like about being really particular about, like, top-bottom discussions. Because also, you know, to some degree, obviously, people aren't always necessary. Like, that, I feel like sometimes that can imply that you're here you're like, okay, who's the top and who's the bottom? And you're like, maybe I'm not here to read a fic where they fuck. And like, that's fine. You know what I mean? But that's not like, as if that's a bad thing. It's just something where I'm like, even if they're not, like, we're not there, right? it will like influence like how they're interacting in this dynamic in a way that is, we're just doing seme uke, like who's the boy and who's the girl shit all over again. And it's like, at that point, I'm like, I want the characters, not what if this character was the guy and then this character was the girl. You know what I mean? I'm like, can I just have Sora and Riku, please? It implies sex positions and equals personality relationship dynamic, yeah. Top-bottom discussions are fun to just kind of laugh about with your dolls, but it's not that serious. I also agree. It's something where, like, I'm talking about this especially as, like, when people are so, like, rigidly, like, adhering to the system of, like, who is top, who is bottom, who's alpha, omega, seme, uke, you know, etc., etc., oftentimes it will, like, influence, like, how the character is portrayed, which is, like, again, if you're having fun, that's fine. You're cooking your own food, you're doing your own thing. But it's why, like, I personally don't enjoy it that much, because then, again, it's just, as was said, we get, like, back to the weird heteronormative roles again in a way that influences the characters that I'm going, I'll pass, and then I do something else, you know what I mean? Who wears the pants? Yeah, exactly. It makes it about the seme uke dynamic and not about the characters. That's pretty much exactly it. Where I'm just here, I'm like, I want to see Sora and Riku. Oh, you're doing it that way? Cool. Great. You know, fine. End it there. But being like, cuckles. But being like, and Riku has to be the top. And I'm just like, I don't know. A lot of JP Dojins have Riku falling into this semi-trip that I don't particularly enjoy. Yeah, I also don't particularly enjoy it. I'm a dog. That was great. That was a treat. I don't like Riku as like a mean dom top or whatever. It just feels wrong and common in Dojin. And that's when I'm like, we're playing with dolls that could be anybody when I want like these characters. And this applies to anything. Oftentimes people will forego like the characters specifically, not always realizing it, and like the best way they know how to interact with this is fitting them into these roles they already have slotted up here. Again, I cannot stress enough that I'm like, I don't care how whoever does anything. We're just talking, this is personal preference. There's no really wrong way to engage. You're having fun. Do what you want. You know what I mean? It's just my preference. I don't really enjoy when it's this way because I like a, I don't know. I like it different, you know? Don't even know what semi is. I am not well versed in Dojin lingo in general. Semi? What, when someone says semi, is that like a switch? Or Two Items or Tops will never be that deep, but I am most def an uke enjoyer. I can't lie. You know, I sit in the Gunner chair. I love that. And that's not even to say that there's like a problem there. I think it's sometimes people go at it with these like preconceived notions, and like no matter who they're looking at, like they're fitting them into like boxes, right? And so sometimes I'm like, yippee, I'm gonna go find some stuff. And I go, that's fine. Not my favorite though, you know. Did you mean seme? Oh, you don't know what a seme is. So seme is like top and uke is like bottom in these. That's what I mean. Seme. Them's yaoi terms, baby. My dad drove semis for like 30 years. Dude, your dad's a semi? Sick. Yeah, it's pretty specific to yaoi. But yeah, the uke, spelled U-K-E, is kind of like, truly, the most simplest way to put it is just like the bottom, and then the seme is the top. It is not necessarily a direct translation, but that functionally, this is what we're doing. This is what we're working with. Not well versed. You're learning. Everybody's learning every day. Seme is the dom, uke is the sub. More or less, yeah, basically. Usually a huge size difference. Alphas, omegas, etc., etc. You start to notice a pattern, and that's fine. Some people love the pattern in the various flavors, and that's okay too. And sometimes people just really fit in. Sometimes people or characters, they just fit right into it, and that's also fine. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that. It is just something where it's like so commonly applied in a way that will like override nuance for certain characters. Not even just certain. This happens everywhere. It happens in everything. It does not matter where you go, you're going to see people doing this, and that's fine. It's just something that when I see it happening, I'm like, no thanks, you know. That's about it. That man is like cool, cold guy who is super tall and dominant. And Uke is like teary-eyed and small and bottoming. LOL. There is a reason Yaoi Hands is a joke. That's also true. I was gonna pull the fan lore page, but it referenced an old fandom of mine and I turned it into the Matt Damon gif. Riku can be a seme, but only on the full moon. Wolf emoji. Only when Sora lets him. Oh, my leg. Adjusted kind of funny. Okay. Anyway. Anyway, I think that's an interesting discussion, and I find it very interesting. But it's also just something that I do not personally ascribe to as much as I just am interested in seeing the characters. Huh. Oh, okay. It's just it's the light. I thought for a second, I was like, can we see through my shirt? It's just light coming from underneath. Anyway. Yeah, it's not something I personally ascribe to or find myself enjoying that much, just because, I don't know, I don't so much, but, like, usually I am just interested in whatever the character dynamic in front of me has going on. Gravitation was the first yaoi I had ever been shown in my life. Sefikura maxing as we speak. And look, they're kind of like built with that. You know what I mean? I've never heard of gravitation. I remember borrowing gravitation from my local library. And Yamino Matsue. Cloud is an uke then. In that specific context. If you're in the Sefikura minds, like, we all know exactly how this dynamic is playing out. Like, that's not really a question, you know what I mean? I was there when he said it. The first yaoi I had ever been exposed to was Gravitation. And it was while I was on a school trip. It was like for my choir, and I had a bunch of friends in choir, and they were in a different like hotel room. Like we traveled out of state. It was like this big trip. That's still crazy that we went on this trip across state lines. And I was too poor to go initially, and then somebody anonymously paid for my trip, which was very kind of them. And I remember on this trip that I was hanging out in my pal's hotel room. They all got to have like a hotel room together. So I was hanging out there, and they were like, okay, Niku, we have to show you yaoi. And then they put on Gravitation, and I watched like the first episode of Gravitation. And they're like, this is yaoi, this is, you know, and I was like, okay. And Marissa, I say that's the first yaoi I was introduced to with the context that it is yaoi. The first yaoi I ever actually saw organically in the wild, which predated seeing Gravitation, was Suriku, Bradtastic Ninja. Really coming in at a certain conversation here. How's it going? Hi. It's my first Yaoi too. I saw it on the on-demand Comcast thing. Oh, talking about Yaoi. Welcome everybody. Really good to you. How are you? Hope the yaps are going well. They're going great. I'm yapping away. I've been doing it for over 3 hours, at least. Kind of closing in on 4 hours, I guess. The song that goes so hard that you only hear for like 2 seconds as you go from room to room, and so all you hear is and then you're in the next room. How's your joint? It's going okay. I'm sitting comfortably with my legs crossed and it's not hurting too much, so I don't know, I'm navigating it, I guess. Anyway, no, I believe I've told this story before, but the first time I ever organically stumbled upon, like, like Yaoi was, my friend called me on the phone, right? And you have to remember, I had not played Kingdom Hearts until well into adulthood, but I knew what it was, because my friend was into it. And they had a PS2, and I just never got to play it. So anyway, my friend was just like, you have to see what I saw, and like calls me on the phone, and then tells me to Google Kingdom Hearts, and the first search result on like Google Images was like Soriku, right? Specifically, I can still see the picture in my head where it was like from the side and it's Riku and he had like Sora pulled into his lap. And I remember seeing this on Google Images and my friend was like, why would people do that? Sora loves Kairi, you know? And I was like, sure. Like, I've got no horse in this race. I'm not, you know, but like my friend called me to be like, wow, that's crazy. Look at what people do on the internet. And, like, I always remembered that. I, like, always, all of this, like, shit to do with Kingdom Hearts over the course of my life. Just memories that never left me. It was, like, waiting. It was, like, waiting to fucking, you know, on me when I finally got to it. Been 20 years this month since I started playing Kingdom Hearts games. I remember my uncle buying the game for me from EB Games, which is yeah, EB Games just, like, does not exist anymore. Dude, 20 fucking years. When I was 10, I was homophobic. When I was 12, I was introduced to Soriku. When I was 18, I realized I was gay. And the same friend who said that about the door, exact same friend. The exact same friend who was like, I have to show you Kingdom Hearts. Let me show you. I go to their house, they pull it up, and they show me the ending to Kingdom Hearts 1. And the door's closed, you know, Riku's back there and everything. Take care of her, the door's shut, and I'm sitting there with zero fucking context going like, is he dead? Like, why can't he just come out? Like, huh? And that was my first exposure to Kingdom Hearts. And then that was, yes, the exact same friend that later had called me up on the phone and was like, when you Google Kingdom Hearts, look at what comes up. And it was just Soriku at that point. And then it was just like, huh. And this friend got better over time. We were like pretty fucking young. You know what I mean? We're like 13. Is he dead? I didn't know what was going on. I had no fucking context. And then after that, I got to see the intro. I don't know. Why? DeviantArt was definitely my exposure to Yaoi and Yuri. I mean, I definitely was exposed to it more consistently later, you know what I mean, but sent to the Shadow Realm, dude. He got banished. I got into Kingdom Hearts in like 2015, 10 years later. Gravitated to Soriku and what surrounds it. Like a bee to honey. And the beta trailer to KH1 pretty much talks of Sora's story at the end of Dark Seeker Saga. Yeah. Playing H1 as a kid, I didn't ever see the shadowy figure in the cave. I was always like, wow, Sora's talking to darkness because my TV was too dark. Dude, I remember specifically, because it's so funny how much that's not really an issue anymore, but like playing on CRTs where they were like too fucking dark. I remember playing Halo 2, and oh my god, the name of the map escapes me, even though I can still see the map in my mind so clearly. And it was just so dark that, like, if I didn't already know the map well enough, it was like, you could see fuck all on that fucking map outside of some specific places where the lighting was different. Sasunaru was my introduction to it, but when 12-year-old me Google searched Yaoi in 2005, Suruku was definitely one of the top results. I love that. I never knew there was a wall between Sora and Riku at the door of Kingdom Hearts. I guess Riku was my first Yaoi. I legit couldn't see it until 1.5 Remix. My intro to BL was Death Note. That's not surprising. That's a pretty strong one to come in on, I feel like. Nope, it was Josh Neku. You're a Josh Neku soldier. I love that. Blue Exorcist Dojinshi. Dude, out no butts. Oh boy, I feel like I was gonna say something. Before I had rated you, I was chilling this afternoon with some Popocopia, and it's the last stream before I fly overseas for a holiday with my partner in a few days. Oh, that's awesome. Where are you flying? Can I ask where you're flying to? Overseas is a pretty big flight. Who else read the Death Note fanfiction? Poison Apple and fanfiction.net. I can't say I did, because I was not, like, in the Cook Islands. Oh, cool. That's gonna be fun. That's gonna be great. Well, I'm happy that you came to stop by. Not to be confused with the Destiny Islands. No.
To all that were in the early Yaoi internet, behold, corn.
One of the big L light fanfics back in the day. I mean, I assumed so, but I remember fic names. But if I started reading it, I would know. It was something where it was just like my exposure to the internet was pretty limited until like later in high school. Because dirt poor, and we had dial-up for a really long time until like later when we had kind of okay, like now it wasn't dial-up anymore. So I could be on the phone and be on the internet at the same time. But our computer was also bad. I was so much more preoccupied with just playing games than I was like doing stuff on the internet, because it was just kind of not anything I could do a whole lot on. But I was on DeviantArt. The origins of broadband. Yeah, exactly. I remember I had acquired Final Fantasy XI because some friends of mine played, but I didn't understand anything really at all about computers and did not understand why I could not play it on my dogshit computer. And so I just had this beautiful golden box with like a game I couldn't play. And when it came to actually playing like an MMO for the first time, like I played a little bit of RuneScape, but it wasn't really, I don't know, it didn't really hook me. But I did play Dofus quite a bit. And even then, I have friends who played it a lot more than me, but I really did like Dofus. It has kind of, I have a soft spot for it, and it's like fun character classes and things. And also, I like the grid-based combat, but the first gay ship I was into was fucking Legolas and Gimli. I love that. Before then, I was slightly homophobic in the way that I'm okay with gay, but I don't want to see yaoi. Yeah. I remember saying that to my dad one time. Not yaoi, obviously, but like I was also like, I'm like a child. And so I was like, I think that's like fine. You know, I think it's okay as long as they don't shove it in my face. And my dad was like, yeah, that's a very smart way to put that. My conservative father. And then, you know, little did he know, was I like dealing with like, wow, I think that lady with the big boobies is pretty. I didn't know you had to download a tablet driver when I bought my tablet in high school. Yeah. Gimli and Legolas. When Gimli asks for uppies. We all fucking going through it in America. Told my sister I was okay with it, but I didn't want to watch. I don't want to watch two dudes making out. I didn't know that gay stuff was bad until I was already queer. That's, you know, maybe a better way to go about it. Do you get in trouble for anime game music? I don't know. Usually video game music is better off. Like, any anime backtracking, I get flagged every time. Me too, but I was such a liar. I love when gay people make out. I was getting blackout drunk, yelling, I think I might like girls. I was like, everyone likes girls and boys, duh. No, honey, not quite. It's not how that usually is. Issues with Yuri. Oh. Because I was struggling with my gender stuff. Yeah. Makes sense. For a lot of people, any exploration of Yuri, yaoi, is a great way for people to feel out gender things, you know what I mean? Oh, that's cool. The fucking Fujoshi to trans man pipeline, you know? I was too clueless about any homophobic comments. You guys not growing up around gay people, I never realized how rare my early exposure was. My mom watching something gay, and I was like, that's the thing? She's like, yeah, sometimes people love each other different ways. I'm like, huh, that's nice. My grandmother who religiously says that phrase, then mainlines Hallmark romance movies that explicitly ignores the existence of, oh, yeah. Both LGBT and minorities outright. Everything is only white people. Straight white people. First yaoi was every main male characters in OG Yu-Gi-Oh! I like girls. Why I see two girls kissing make me feel weird. Right. Do you all worship yaoi Jesus? I mean, we got stickers of him. It depends on some video game music tracks. Kingdom Hearts definitely gets flagged. Some of Final Fantasy gets flagged. The odd Persona track or two. Yeah, I've noticed some Final Fantasy music gets flagged. One Winged Angel comes on and YouTube's like, excuse me. And I'm like, damn it. So it's like kind of like flagship Final Fantasy songs. Fujo to Transmask Pipeline is classic. I remember distinctly a conversation he had with me, probably after I told my sister I thought two guys making out was gross, where he said there was nothing wrong with it, and it's what made me rethink things. That's, like, nice, though. That's something where, like, you know, you're a child and you're, like, echoing what you've kind of, you know, come to understand from the world, whether it came from your parents or not, and your parents, like, going, I have to sit down my homophobic child and set them on the path. Now, it's fine if the men want to make out, sweetheart. So confused at my 6th birthday when my best friend, boy, got super annoyed that I handed him a pink balloon. Dude, the children, they don't think anything of it until suddenly the world is like, that's weird. You're like, oh, I guess so. Sora when he finds out he can kiss Riku. I'm gonna give you the pink one because I thought it was the best one, but whatever. He died before it came out to him, but I know if he was still alive, he would support me 100%. That's sweet. I'm sorry to hear that. I have a remix of Vector to the Heavens as my starting soon music. I used to get flagged for my Dream Eater music at the start, and then I don't anymore. It's like, boys don't like pink. Non-binary baby me was like turning the gears in my head like, that makes no sense. I'm just gonna hear adult homophobic opinions and be like, how am I more chill and used to this than you? That gay people weren't real and were only in fiction, so when I found out you could actually be gay, it was like finding a unicorn in the wild. I was so stoked. For real? I have to correct my chud-ass child before they say something stupid. I rejected girl shit so much, I'm still probably needing to do some reflecting of my gender. I remember I also was very, like, I had, like, such mixed feelings with, like, girly stuff, because, like, I would like it, but, like, I didn't always want to, like, wear it, and when I would, it never really made me feel good, I guess, and I hated this feeling of being, like, forced into, like, well, this is what you have to wear because you are a girl, and I'd be like, but I don't want to. Like, even if I thought the thing was okay, I hated the like, being forced to wear something because it's expected. And, I thought I also was just like, ew, pink for, like, a long time, you know? Even though I love pink. It's cute. It's fun. I love Princess Peach, and I wanted to kiss her really bad. I have her in her wedding outfit right here, because I love her. And, also she's holding Ultima. She's holding the Ultima. Oh, wait. Her beautiful eyes. There we go. Because we're gonna get married. Look, she's all dressed up and beautiful. I love Princess Peach. I remember vividly wearing a ton of pink and technically girly stuff, but I had a ton of Monster High dolls, so it wasn't much of a problem to me until gender happened, right? I like some girly stuff as I got older. I resented a lot of it. It's something where, like, I've felt a comfortable distance of being like, oh, like, you know, realize I'm like, the thing is not bad. It is the being forced, like, having the thing forced on you that is not great. But I love, like, cute, girly pink things, but it's like, I like to look at it. It's not something I'm wearing or for me or whatever, but, like, I do love to see, like, cute, you know, cute kind of, like, oh, girly, fun, little whatever aesthetic going on, you know? If it looks good, if it's cute, if it's fun, I'm down. I just love colors. There's no real, like, bad color or wrong color. Also watched Ouran High School Host Club as a middle schooler and desperately wanted to be like Haruhi. Yeah, that was something I always liked about Ouran High School Host Club. I liked Haruhi, and I really liked that, like, Haruhi's, like, gender did not really matter to her, I guess, you know? It was kind of just like, who cares, man? And I was like, yeah, I really feel that, you know? I very much felt targeted by the backlash to I'm not like other girls discussion that happened in the mid-2010s, but then I realized that I was not a girl. Right. I remember watching Ouran High School being like, she should stay a boy, and wow, that's a thought. My littlest pet shops inside magnet tiles. They'll have their own... Oh. It's cute. Like, they all have their own kennel. Opting out of gender was so freeing, honestly. I still have dysphoria. I'm trying my best. Hey, everybody's taking a journey at their own pace. You'll get there. I feel like a girl, and sometimes I don't. That's also a pretty normal experience, you know? I go to bed, I gotta clean my apartment. Hey, Robin! Thank you for hanging out. My mom has a really funny story of baby me rejecting gender. I remember when I was but a wee child and my dad had to deal with me very desperately wanting to wear the Pokemon outfit that was in the boys section that they would not put in the girls section. I didn't understand why. And the shirt had Blastoise on it, and it came with a matching little pair of shorts. And if that ain't still true, you know what I mean? Like, it was just like a t-shirt with a Blastoise, and then like, I don't remember what was on the shorts, but it was like a set. And I was like, over the moon. I wanted the Pokemon clothes so bad from the boys section. And my dad did let me have it, but like, you know, it was something where I was always like, all of like the girl clothes sucks, and I don't want it. My mom told me when I was young and I was crying when she put me in a dress. I'd seen this hockey girl in a magazine that was missing teeth, and I told her I needed to be like her. Pumpkin carriage Playmobil set with a princess and a unicorn, and I kept putting the unicorn in the carriage with the princess pulling it. My mom wanted to send a pic to my aunt, so she switched them, but I would switch them back. Dude, she's doing her lift routine, you know what I mean? She's getting her cardio in. Has fucking cannons on its back, exactly. The horsey needs some pampering time. Yeah, getting her reps in, there we go, thank you. Good breakfast, bro. I should probably sleep. Can you get a Sariku affirmation before I go to sleep? A Sariku affirmation. Sariku affirmation, when I remember, and this one's one of my favorites still to this day. Like, there are so many things, but this is something where like I see it, it's not brought up as much, but it's so on the face of it. You know what I mean? Shannon, when I remember that KH3 just opens with recreating the KH1 intro, and instead of Riku there, like, not even like, here's the whole intro and like we switch some things up. It's like just the Sora and Riku scene, and we have that, and Riku is just replaced with Light entirely. And it's just like here's Sora, like, chasing after it and him while in his dive to the heart. And like, that's the whole focus of that scene, is that. And like, that drives me crazy. Why do we think that was there? What is this trying to tell us? What does this set us up to perhaps return to and you know, like, wrap a bow on later? Like, what is this here to narratively carry out for us? And how it's bookended by Sora's visit to the final world later, and the logo of the final world having a bright light at the center. Set the tone of a Golden Globes speech. A little write-up on it. I'm crazy. He's light in the darkness since day one. Someone replaced the ball of light in that scene with the Grorb. Alright, Torty. He's lighting the darkness even back in KH1. Bro throws up. Fairy Godmother telling Riku only he can go to Quadratum using the power of his dreams. It's up to you, Riku, to do the rest. She says directly to him. And then, in the most deliberate shot composition choice I've ever seen, we get Riku completely eclipsing Kairi, not even seeing her reflection on the ground, nothing, just completely replaced. In the shot, that would be more even and make more sense, like, as a visual choice, to have Kairi simply to the side, filling in the gap, with Riku in the middle, and Fairy Godmother and Kairi. But we just have Riku standing in front of and completely overtaking the image of Kairi, as he then uses the power of waking to follow through into Quadratum to go find Sora, sent by himself. Think about how the last we saw of Sora and Riku released games was using a thinly veiled power of love allegory to transcend his entire reality, while Sora misusing that power got him kicked out of reality. What if Kairi just isn't a Cage 4? Like, what if he just wrote her ass out? I keep thinking about it. Don't even come. And, like, we won't know until the game comes out. Like, I feel like if she gets brought up, it's going to be, like, in passing, like, that they're doing this stuff over here, you know? Like, oh, we're checking back in because maybe we'll get some kind of plot-relevant something or other that they discover, but does not necessarily include them coming to do stuff. You know what I mean? Making Riku Sora's light in the dark on so many occasions, and extremely in Cage 3. Makes feral noise. Comfort Lycanthrope, howdy! Welcome in! Which might not even be in the trailer. Man, I want to see him. Just having hot pot with Aqua and the gang. Good for her. They're getting to see a noodle dance. They went to the Heidi Lao, dude. Something that really sells for me is Nomura's first ever art of Riku holding a Paopu and saying you wanted one, didn't you? And he really just wanted to draw that scene. You might do her the same they do like Terra. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm expecting. You want to draw Cage for Riku? I know. And I know once we see him, it's going to go fucking crazy. Genuinely be amazed if she keeps relevance. Like, I feel they have things that they have to kind of return to her on. Maybe not have to, but it's something where, like, I feel like they will as they, like, introduced some stuff. Like, wow, we're getting a glimpse into the things that happened to her. And I feel like with those things eventually coming to light, like, she will be addressed, but it's something where, like, I feel like we'll find out things about her without her being there. You know what I mean? Jack's trying to gets claimed dispute. His website says Twitch uses A. Okay, I see. She was already losing plot relevance by 2. It's so sad. I think Kairi will keep being there, but just to make it super clear, she is a friend, right? Axel's doing the noodle dance. He's got the arm length for it, you know what I mean? Nominate for KH4. I mean, way more likely, given the fact that Nomura has gone out of his way to be like, hey, the Thank Nominate plotline, you know? That's not finished yet. Or like, oh, okay. Expect to see that in the future? Oh, yeah, sure, no problem. Kairi is housing a darkness capital D within her, and that's how she'll relate to the plot moving forward. But also, I could be wrong, and I don't see how it would change anything. This is sort of drama with the Radiant Garden team. Oh, that could be good. Are there still more mysteries for Kairi? Not, it's just, like, how she, like, Melody of Memory let us look a little bit at what happened to her and how Xehanort basically, like, snatched her up and was like, all right, I'm going to shoot you into space after I dropped my college thesis on you, a 4-year-old stuck in a tube, you know. And I was like, ooh, we get to see some of this. And I feel like that there will be some things that will relate back to that. Like, Kairi doesn't have much memory of it or anything. And if they feel like kind of going into some of that, like, that's on the table, I suppose. But otherwise, like, she doesn't have a whole lot to, like, revisit or, like, open up or explore. You know what I mean? Like, it's something where, like, okay, now she's training. And, you know, we may see some relevance again, like, unless the game starts to discuss her in relation to, like, Sora's experience thus far, if he's kind of figuring himself out, is how we'll, like, see more of Kairi. But again, it'll be, like, things that talk about Kairi without her having to be there for it. You know what I mean? Kairi is a subject, not the person. Who's Riku? Sora's friend. As every description always goes, like, this is Riku, Sora's best friend and rival and dear, cherished friend that he loves, his best friend forever, BFFs. And then it's like, Kairi, girl who grew up with them. They keep doing this. The Tsum Tsums were like that too. Maybe she'll finally explore the old mansion and the unicorn motif will be explained. We should make a monologue. Cuts to a very baby-looking Kairi. This idea that we might play as several side characters because they've semi-confirmed we'll play as Mickey. So I figure that might be the case with the others. Wayfinder Trio, Axis IX, I don't know. That's my crack theory. I could also see them just being like, yep. And then we see Mickey because he's like exploring Scala. And they just kind of... And that's it. You know what I mean? Like, it's something where, like, could we other things? Sure, maybe, you know. It depends on how much they want to break away from spending time with Sora in this entirely new fucking place we know nothing about. And probably Riku. The only other thing is, like, Mickey got sent to Scala, and that's, like, relevant to some extent. So, you know, where is the new information? These places. Scala, and then Quadratum. I do want her to get some exploration, though. And I think that in a perfect world, like, we would get time with Kairi to be rounded out as a character if, like, I feel like sometimes, especially with, like, KH3, where so much of it was, like, we don't get to spend that much time with, like, character introspection or giving them that emotional beat because we're too preoccupied with tying up these plot lines where we already did that stuff, right? You know, 358 is a lot of Roxas contemplating his feelings and dealing with what's in front of him and, you know, and everything with Xion, right? And then after that, there's, like, a lot less time of, like, sitting there with your feelings to, like, set up or furthering an arc when we're kind of trying to tie up one too many at the same time. So I don't know how much of KH4 is going to be a little too, like, how focused are they going to be on revealing new information? Or are we going to focus on some emotional, like, plot progression of, like, how does character A feel about this stuff that's happening? Which is kind of where we should be. We should be having that time with, like, Sora thinking thoughts and thinking through his feelings now that he's kind of removed from everything. And because I feel like that's going to be such a main focus, I do not foresee, would not be upset if that wasn't the case, but, like, I do not foresee having the space to go through, like, Kairi having adventure and, like, emotional reflection and so on and so forth, because, like, so much of it is gonna have, like, it's now Sora's time to do this. You know what I mean? But, like, I think that it would be nice. I think that we could have a series where, like, we can still have an outcome of, like, and then Sora we can kiss on the mouth in front of a million billion people because, you know, the game sells like gangbusters and it's crazy. And then also Kairi as a character gets any kind of emotional exploration and closure. She could exist as a fully fleshed out character alongside this. Like, they are not, like, mutually exclusive outcomes, you know what I mean? Will play it exactly like your playthrough of Tomodachi Life. Kairi and Naminé fall in love and get married. Naminé fell out of love with Kairi and now has a crush on Xion. And now Xion has a crush back. So, I just thought I'd update you guys on that. And I put Xion in dinosaur pajama pants, which felt, like, really fitting to me. Something about that, I was like, it's like a nice little black sweater and then, like, dinosaur PJ pants. How's Kairi doing? She's fine. She's hanging out, you know? And bringing in Aqua and Ventus would be good. Yeah, I feel like we're at an interesting crossroads of, like, are there characters that we'd still like to explore and have that space? Like, do we wish we had the time for, like a bridge game type title where, like, we get to explore some other part of the cast or world of Kingdom Hearts in a smaller scale? Yeah, that would be great. I would love that if we got, like, a relatively even Kairi focused, like, if we could, and I don't think realistically that we can, but would that be what we would want? Probably, right? It would be like Kairi with her, whatever she's doing with, like, the Wayfinders, etc., would be a really good setup to explore her character and things happening there. But I don't necessarily think that we have the time for that anymore, with Nomura's retirement like on the horizon. And he has like a lot of these big fucking things he's trying to do that he's been waiting to do for a really long time. And we'll just have to see. It could be 2 cutscenes. It could be 2 cutscenes. It's true. There's nothing, you know, they could also just make some, like, if they made like a movie, I think that'd be a great use of, like, it doesn't have to be a full game. It could just be like, let's explore Kairi in this like one shot kind of like movie where we can go through her like thoughts and reflections and so on. And like, I think that'd be like a perfectly fine, like suitable avenue, you know, for like Kairi centric exploration that would help something feel a little more rounded than just a tried and failed like love interest, essentially. You know what I mean? And like plot device, unfortunately, most of the time. Oh shit, here comes Pac-Man. Gotta get back to Sora and Riku. But after that, I will take whatever. Yeah, I will eat anything Nomura decides to serve to us. But I am also very excited to just get back to, like, Sora and Riku. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, am I biased? Yes, duh, of course. But, like, you know, I'm also just, like, I'm very interested to see, I'm just really interested to see where the main characters and this story is going. I want to know what's going on. I'm excited about it. Good night. Sariku's my favorite meal. Good night, Gabby. Axel shows up for 2 seconds to announce he is lactose intolerant. Thank God. See how they get Sora out of this predicament. Being dead. Yeah, so DCS was the first one to make this joke to me, and I thought it was so funny about, like, specifically Axel being lactose intolerant, because he's so much the type of person who would be, and he'd be like, no, I'm fine, and he, like, keeps, like, granted, a lot of lactose intolerant people do this, but, like, he is particularly, like, there's something about it that's so fitting, right? And so, forever, we've been like, well, yeah, because he's lactose intolerant, you know? And that's just been something we've had for a long time. And then I don't remember if I told you, Bubs, but like Jesse McCartney made that exact joke in the panel where he was like, Axel's lactose intolerant. Yes, Jesse McCartney made that joke. He said this happened not that long ago. It's like the panel from the Vegas Con that he like made that joke. No, you should feel validated. You're right. You were right. Stolen valor. Whatever. You could take the win, or you could make it a loss, I guess. That's up to you. You need to go on stream so you can yell you did it first. You know I want credit because I need to be famous to get money. Said it in front of an audience. You need to take action. I need a lawyer. Look, I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick, and I desperately need water. So I will be right back, okay? A quick BRB with an ad break, okay? I'll do this, and then I'll go over here. That's not what I meant. Hi. I forgot to pause my recording when I left. So everybody in the YouTube VOD gets to have a free sit for several minutes while I went to the bathroom. Thank you, thank you. I'm going to take my meds, and this is my reminder to anybody who's listening who needs to take theirs or have forgotten, etc., etc., to do that. I'm excited to fiddle with my lav mics. Because they were like, yeah, you can just plug it into your phone. Like, easy peasy, no issue. You can plug it into a computer. No issue. They even gave me, like, specifically a nub for using it on an iPhone, which I don't have. But I'm glad I have it, I guess, just in case. Which costed the same as the pack without it. So, like, may as well just have it. But I'm excited to toy with that. Excited to try some things out, you know what I mean? It'll be good. And then I can have Grandpa Joe stream where I lie in bed and talk to you guys. It's gonna be basically just this, but like I'm going to lie down in bed. And Baby Cat will be there. So how exciting is that, huh? The star of the show. Star of my life, Baby Cat. Sounds awesome. I can even get like a little nightcap. Is that what we want? Will he lie across your neck like a scarf? No. That's not what he does. He may want to lie on top of me. He may want fort under the covers. But he will likely just lay comfortably on the bed with me. He's very particular. Bro, he even told it like I would tell it. Dude, he stole it from you. Graven was there. He didn't even stop it. My internet went out before I could re-challenge Vanitas. No! Gee, I'm so sorry. Welcome. Any Baby Cat is good Baby Cat. I showed the cookie pictures of Baby Cat to the household and everyone giggled happily like schoolgirls. I'm glad. He was really, like, I was like, all right. Because sometimes he'll, like, sniff and they'll be like, okay. And he'll just sit there. And he was like, and he wanted it so fucking bad. He was, like, really, like, those pictures I got, like, his paw, like, those are, like, perfect moment catches where, like, it looks like nothing in the photo, but he was like, like, trying to fucking get it. I had to swap to crit because Proud was too easy to kick my ass. His eyes are so big and shiny, I believe it. Yeah, he wanted the cookie. Cannot have the cookie at all. Let's see here. Seen jerky earlier and the cats were going insane. Not a problem I have. Baby Cat was just screaming at us for toast. And avocado. Don't know why avocado, but he loves it he just loves it. I thought it was treats for them and they could smell the meat and it was driving them bonkers. I can't even like give Baby Cat cat treats. He won't eat them. One of my cats but with Taco Bell nacho fries. The jerky bag sounded like their treat bag. Yeah, I mean, that's all fair. That all makes sense. Don't even eat chicken. The cat will harass me for strawberry leaves. Not the fruit, but the leaves. I've, like, seen that before. Vex just likes to sniff to participate, but she never goes after food. Interesting. Baby cat does like to sniff to participate. He'll always just be curious about what we're eating, even if it doesn't smell like anything he wants. You know, he'll just be like, oh, can I, you know, what is that? And so, like, the easiest thing, because, like, sometimes when we have people over for the first time, and baby cat, he'll, like, stand on his little legs and put his little paws on your leg, right, when you're sitting in the chair. Because he wants to know what you got, but, like, people are like, no, you can't have that. I'm like, no. Let him sniff it, because then he'll go, oh, okay. And then he'll walk away. And it works every time. Like, if it's something he's not interested in, he just, you know, which is most things, we know what he wants. So it's just like, yeah, you can just let him sniff your, like, whatever you have. And he'll just go, okay, and leave. They're also found in the garbage dump, so they eat anything and they love everything. That's, yeah. I love letting my cats sniff food. I love when I'm cooking in the kitchen and I'm standing on, like, the fatigue mat. I'll, like, I'm there and he'll come and just, like, sit, like, right at my feet and just, you know, look straight up at me. And he looks so cute. His eyes are so big. He's my big baby. Lately, if you don't give him the food he wants, he acts like you're killing him. You can tell when the bowl's getting low, and he's like, no. Yeah, it is true. Baby cat will, like, you're eating out of a bowl with a spoon, and he's like, you have to be eating cereal. You have to have milk in there, right? And so sometimes I'm like, baby, I'm literally eating a can of beans. Like, this is a bowl of kidney beans with stuff on it, and I'm just eating it. That's what I was eating last night. And I was just like, fucking beans. And he was just there, like, you know? And he can tell, like, if you start, like, trying to drink something out of your bowl, even if it's just, like, soup or something like that, he's like, you know, because it's you're getting it all gone. He gets upset about it. He'll, like, whine and cry about it if you're, like, finishing your food. If he thinks it's, like, you're emptying the bowl, you're drinking the milk or whatever, when it's just like, dude, we always give you milk. Every time. But what if this time we're drinking it all? You know what I mean? He's, like, upset. He acts like you're killing him, yeah. Vex has to see whatever it is I got going on, even if it's not food. I just have a water bottle, and she needs to sniff it. So curious about the world, so wise. You're hurting her! Baby cat cries so sad. Which is funny, whenever we've had to wash him, he's so good about being, like, bathed. Which we haven't had to do in a long time, thankfully. Like, the only times we've had to do it really are, like, when he caught fleas one time because, like, we had a friend move in. Not that this friend was flea-ridden, it was just, like, that's how fleas get in. Is, like, they'll jump on your clothes or your stuff, and then they'll come into a house with you. And a friend was, like, temporarily living with us, and then they left. And, like, they just happened to nab some fleas or whatever, and so he got them. And he's so big, and yet when we get him in the shower and we have to get and he just goes, wee, like, he just gets really sad, and he'll try to, like, crawl up into me, and I have to be like, sorry, you know? But he doesn't, like, fight or throw a fit or anything. He just gets real sad about it. Peridot is such a beggar. She gets so mad if she doesn't get any of my food. Well, we're killing them is the reason why. By the way, the new Splatoon game that's coming out, huh? Splatoon Raiders? Yeah? I'm pretty stoked. I'm very excited. But that means now we have to get a Switch too. Which is, you know, that's money, but we have until July, at least, I'm pretty sure is when that's coming out, so, it really is just, like, it takes the right game coming out to finally convince, like, getting a new console. And I've been, like, down to clown with having a Switch too, Getting a Switch 2 means you can beat Graven's ass in Mario Kart. Look, he's not that good at Mario Kart. To be fair, he's not that good. Wouldn't take me having to do it, you know, but it would fun for Riku Switch 2. Look, I'll have a Grandpa Joe stream about it. Slumber Party for Switch 2. I'll have I cook for you until I get a Switch 2. I don't know. But now I can beat him. Yes, that's true. Yeah, I've been like, oh, I'd be happy to get a Switch 2, even though it's like, because I love using my Switch, and I can play all of my things on my Switch on the Switch 2, and some things just run a little better, right? So I was like, I'm down, but there's nothing that's like, I have to get it. And that's just money. You need a Switch 2 to play joint? No. For Mario Kart World, since that's a Switch 2 game, I would need a Switch 2. But otherwise, that's why when we have played Mario Kart, we played Mario Kart 8. Because more people have access to it.
Here, get our Switch 2.
13 bits? Oh, shit, you shouldn't have. God damn, huh? But I'm very excited for Splatoon Raiders. It looks really cool. I love the new everything that they've added to it. I'm excited to see more of Deep Cut. I don't know. It all just looks great. I'm excited for the music. I love seeing like the Salmonids, but like they're all crazy. How's the Sariko Tomodachi going? Well, they're dating. I need to check in on them. And I had them confess on the Ferris wheel, and Sora gave Riku a Paopu. He didn't even give Riku the Paopu. He just held it out and was like, a Paopu, you know. He was just like, here's a Paopu, will you go out with me? And then like, he's just like, I would love to go out with you. And then he put it away. He didn't even give it to him. Whatever. Have I been to a cat cafe? No. I would love to go to one though. Where all the kitties will love me. Because I give good pets with my warm hands. How come he brought out the Paopu? Can you set creations as special items like that? Yeah, I made a Paopu like as a food, had them confess, and then you can be like, use this item to confess. And so I picked the Paopu. So he was like, Paopu, date me? Niku has real animal magnetism. It's unreal. Animals like me. I think that's why nervous people like me. Scared animals. Tomodachi polyamory mod to make Sorikai a reality. Look, people have certainly been playing Tomodachi Life, but like on their PC. I'm sure they can figure out a mod. Brought my friend to a cat cafe near Sendai, and then one of the cats jumped onto her lap and sprayed on her. Oh no. Oh. Drinking a lot of water. That does not necessarily bode well. I'm figuring out some signs lately that are like, if I start to get really thirsty suddenly, shitting my pants might be on the horizon. is what I'm starting to piece together here. And I think to some extent that's because like my guts, my intestines, right, will like draw in a whole bunch of water, and then I just, you know, shit my pants Saturday, so like I just get to deal with that. And like I'm trying to see if am I just thirsty because I ate something salty, or is it gonna be like, this is gonna be fun for me later? I don't know. I'm trying to keep an eye on things. When that a lot of cat cafes in Japan don't fix their cats. Yeah, well, that's also like pretty common in Japan in general, right? Is how much they don't fix their animals all the time. It's obviously not true everywhere or anything. It's, you know, But like that's what I remember being generally discussed was like, yeah, it's just like in Japan some like pet standards are like not the same over there as they are here. There aren't really like animal shelters in the same way. It really is just like, and they're fucking out there, you know. You're not gonna find like a somebody who runs like an animal sanctuary or anything in the same way. I went to a bunny lounge and the baby bunny peed on my feet. I was only wearing socks. It was so depressing rolling up to a konbini and seeing a bunch of stray cats in poor conditions. Yeah. Yeah, that's as far as I've understood. I had an elderly therapy rat pee on my sleeve because it was sitting on me and was so comfortable. Just too cozy. Here's my spider story. Nothing crazy, nothing spooky unless you're scared just simply by the idea of holding like a tarantula, right? But like I've told this story before, but the story of when I was at like a butterfly pavilion in Denver and they had a whole, like, you know, more than just butterflies, we have other bugs and stuff. And so they had Rosie the tarantula because they're like a rose toad. I don't remember if there's more to the name, but they're a tarantula that have basically at the end of their little leggies are like, they're basically like little toe beans at the bottom. And like, but theirs are like pink, so they're called like a rose toad or rose tipped. Anyway, it was there. It's very cute. But like, it was like, oh yeah, getting like, you know, and so you can sit down and put your hand out, and the handler, her name was Rosie, but they had a bunch of Rosies, you know, but they were like, okay, and then they kind of tap Rosie, and then they'll like, you know, skitter across your hand to the holder's hand over there, on the other side. And so I sit down and I put my hand down, and Rosie just goes onto my hand and then just stops. And it's just like, yeah, this is nice, you know, because the guy was like kept tapping her to try and get her to go, and like was not getting off my hand. And then eventually, finally, it was like, you know, and then like went over to got off of my hand, and they're like, huh, I haven't really seen that one before. Probably thought your hand was warm. Did she make biscuits? No, but I can say that the little toe beans do in fact feel like little cat toe beans. Like that's just how they felt. Like the little ends of her little peetsies. She just had little peets. So I was scared of tarantulas as a kid until I read a book that they were harmless, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, they're really just they just can look scary, but I think they're kind of cute. So then again, I'm not particularly scared of spiders or anything. So, but yeah, I can say they. I can't. I'm sorry. That's okay. Well, you don't have to. It's a story of what I did. I made a whole spider yowie, so yes, it's true. I think they're cute too, but I'm also not scared of spiders. Yeah. They're just bugs to me, you know? Fluffy spiders are much cuter than spindly ones. Also true. And that's why I think tarantulas are super cute, but like... But I can attest. It was very sweetly in my hand and did not want to leave. And it really did feel like little kitten mittens tittering on my hand. But it was pretty big. It was a pretty big fucking spider. It was not like teeny tiny, but it was like definitely in my palm, you know. Spiders in a controlled environment / they're not unexpected to be seen. Yeah, and that's can be true for anything, you know. Just like, you're not supposed to be here and you're coming at me right now. Ah! Tarantulas are super docile, and even if they bite you, it's not really gonna do much. Also true. But they also just they're not like prone to, they don't really want to, you know what I mean? If I saw a black widow in the wild, I'd still be like, yeah. I have seen a black widow before. So, And it was scary, but it was like, I saw like a leaf rustling, and it was like on a step outside of my aunt's house, and I remember like lifting up the leaf. I was like, what is happening? And then it was like definitely a black widow, because I could see the mark on it, but it was like stuck on its back, and it was like, and I was like, ah, and I put the leaf back, and I just walked away. I love the spider talk, but also, yeah, okay, we don't have to keep talking about spiders. It's okay. Tells about the black widow always kills me. Oh, oh, yeah. That one, yeah. That one's scary. We had a cat-faced spider growing in our kitchen all winter. A cat-faced spider. I've never heard of that. Anyway, I like bugs. Bugs are our friend. Black widows are not as bad as the tails, though. No, but like, me when Soriku spiders. Now, there we go. They'll find each other in every universe. Soriku, but spiders. Yippee! That's how we're gonna, Shannon, that's how we'll fix you. You won't be scared anymore because Soriku spiders. The Hades 2 Soriku birds. I have been, even when I was like, so oh my god, this last week, I was just feeling really sick. My guts were like really giving me so many fucking problems, and then my guts were finally okay, and then my hips started hurting because, you know, you can never just get better. Anyway, I was spending a lot of time on my couch because when I'm sick and just like basically just blowing my brains out on the toilet over and over again, right? It's exhausting, and all I can really do is sit around. So I finally got back to playing Hades 2 after I kind of, I don't know, I burnt out on it, I guess. I was getting really tired of it, and I just there wasn't a lot that was keeping me going. Finally, I'm back to playing Hades 2 after my friend started playing it, and I was like, you know what? All right, I'll get back on the horse. So I've been playing it, and I finally beat some bosses that were sitting around that I hadn't done yet. And, in particular, a very monstery giant boss. And so I finally got to see the end to that area, and it's like, oh, it's beautiful, it's gorgeous, wow. And like on this one pillar, there's like a white bird and a brown bird that sits like right in the foreground. And every time I see it, I go, Soriku birds. And there they are. Every time I go up there, I see them, the Soriku birds. Me with Soriku Spider-Man. I have drawn that, actually. Spider-Man. I don't know how much gender exists to these Kingdom Hearts characters the same way it is for us. I think it's safe to assume that probably more or less the same, but like, you know. But, like, I think it exists in a similar capacity, considering I feel like, well, you know, at least one particular character is really hung up on the fact that, like, he has feelings for another boy, and that's not normal, and that, like, he's keeping it all inside, and etc., not normal. So thus the baggage that would come with that, perhaps, is probably still present. Black widows are not as bad as the tails, though. For most like that, it's fringe cases where someone was allergic. The spider venom is meant for flies, not a giant human. That's a good point. But he loves him. I always thought it would be funny if the Three Caballeros taught Sora gay people exist. I remember, speaking of the Three Caballeros and gay people, I remember this really cute art that was somebody illustrating something from a DuckTales fanfic. Not that I had read the fanfic, I just found the art, and it was like Webby kind of asking in that way a kid would about was like asking hold on, what's his name? Miku, you're not helping. Because there's obviously Donald, and there's Panchito, and then... What's his fucking name? What's Green Parrot's name? I know it, it's just escaping me right now. Because it was him. Miku Miku Rigu. The Ikus.
What a beautiful day. Whoa. That's a cool hat. I'm gonna pick this hat up.
What's up?
Ah, Jose! There we go, that's what it is. Christopher Lloyd, yeah.
All right.
This fucking, what is this? Alright. Anyway, it was like Webby and Jose, and like, she was like asking about, you know, like, is it okay to like girls kind of a thing, and it was, the art was just really good, and it was like really sweet, and I remember it. But anyway, I think there's something about it, you know, I think it's just your 3 caballeros, maybe you kiss sometimes, and so... I think it's time for Sora to learn from the gay polycule. Sora would get pissed at Donald for never mentioning any of it. I feel like Donald would be the type, right, where he's just like, no, you just do that with your guy friends sometimes. You know what I mean? And they're like, Donald, is that how you've been seeing it this whole time?
You're wanted for murder? Who was it?
I was driving back from Kissing Club with my straight male friends and didn't see these 2 guys on the road. It was so dark. We drank a few Mike's Hard Lemonade.
What
before we
is
hit the
this
bar.
that you put in here?
Oh, little bald man. Well, all right. There's a tiny bald man living in my head.
Yeah, alright. I'll let it finish. Donald's the guy who would 100% be kissing your homies isn't gay. Yeah, and he could like... They're getting into like an argument about the semantics, you know what I mean? Like, he's like, no, no, no. Goofy's like, oh, it's okay if you want to kiss your friends, Donald, you know. I still love you. And he's like, I'm not gay. Donald and Sora being dumb in the exact same ways is so canon. Yeah, it is true. That's the thing, you know. Like there's like Donald never said anything because he's like, no, because I'm not gay, obviously. So like it just didn't come up. Cuz I have Daisy. So, you know, it's fine. Because it really is just, like, Sora and Donald have a lot of, like... Because they're always, like, getting upset in the same way about the same things. And then, like, Goofy has to be, like, the sensible one. Dude defaults to wearing a sailor suit. Come on, Donald. He's like, this is just what you do in the Navy. Like, this is... That's how it is, you know? Queer v queer Donald versus Sora. It's so messed up. We can't keep infighting, I know. In the Navy. Anyway. The cute little video. Do you have a cat cafe near you? I don't know. Not that I know of. Off the top of my head. V8 is still affecting me. How? Because you don't have, you don't have ADHD. You have, like, a normal brain, so you're getting taken for a ride because you drink jet fuel, basically. I see Goofy is just unlabeled queer, not cis, not straight, just goof. Just like Gonzo. Except for like Goofy is like, he's still like a he him goof. You know what I mean? I wouldn't call my brain normal, but I mean, you're not like normal as so far as consumption of caffeine. You're not like sitting here with a giant fucking hole in your brain where it all just dumps into, you know, you just get to take caffeine and then just be like, wee! Susceptible, for sure. Someone should put Goofy in drag. Goofy, what is Goofy with like the towel and like, and he's like vacuuming? Is that not enough for you? 80 milligrams making me feel insane. I mean, that's a pretty, it's not a small amount, you know. Did not know about that. My queen. Goofy put on a great drag show. It is, yeah, it's true. Sorry, I got distracted looking over at the... Kyle Hyde. Oh, man. I love Hotel Dusk. I love Kyle Hyde. Queen Gay Fish. 80 milligrams doesn't do shit for me. Yeah, I know. Well, 80 milligrams, right? Like, my gum is like 100 milligrams. And that's just like, I need a little pick-me-up that kind of keeps things even, right? And, you know how beloved DCS has like a Coke and goes kind of crazy? Well, now they have had basically a V8, tea, energy, not an energy drink in the traditional way, but it's like a lot of tea. It's like 80 milligrams, right? And that's like that's like over twice as much as they would get otherwise, and it's driving them crazy. Trying to stay awake a bit, so I bid you good night. Good night, soul. Disney, get on it. New Goofy short. How to put on a drag show. If they were fucking strong and brave, but they're not. The artists now. My grandma drinks V8 energy. Yeah, that's what we had today. I had a can up here. We were doing our food review. And I was having the peach mango one, and it was pretty good. It was pretty good. Performance enhancing drug. I mean, I had some coffee before I came down. And how does anyone do more than this? By doing 150 to 200 every day for decades. See, even that, I try to be very careful about how much of the because I don't want to, like, burn that shit out. You know what I mean? So, like, I try to balance between how much caffeine I'm having and then my meds. So I don't get too resistant to either one. So I can have, like, you know, a regular Monster and feel fine. And I don't even have to have the full Monster. I can feel pretty alright with a piece of gum, and that's like 100 milligrams. Me staring off in space, drinking 2 energy drinks almost every day. I know, I've witnessed you do that, where you, like, you get up and you start drinking one and you haven't even eaten food. It's bad. It's also, like, the first thing, and you're just drinking a sugary drink. Couldn't be me. Don't call me out. I will. No, I will. That said, you do kindly finish my drinks for me. If Canary's not around, one of you two are doing it. Recently, I've been craving another Monster after the first, and it sucks. Look, I think I'm saved by the fact that I have my drink curse, where I can't finish my drinks. Unless it's water. Or certain, like, maybe like a juice. I need my sippy cup, okay? I'm just like this. I will say the V8 with the tea, I think because it comes from tea, it's a lot smoother versus an energy drink, which can have kind of a hard crash afterwards sometimes, or it kicks in really suddenly. And it really is just like, oh, I just kind of feel okay, and then, you know, I don't do energy drinks. I do soda, but usually only 1 or 2 a day. See, I don't even drink, like, more than 1 soda in a day, unless I'm, like, eating out a whole bunch. And even then, when it comes to energy drinks, I treat energy drinks mostly like a soda, in the same way that I'm just like, I just want, like, something that will really kind of get me to rights, and it's just like a tasty little drink. Because I know people who are drinking it just at any point at any time of the day, multiple times a day. And me, I'm having tasty, and I'm maybe having half a can while I'm eating food. Soda's for flavor and going insane, not for regular drinking. I really touch the sodies because corn syrup, but also because I'm already having a monster a day. Yeah, which I think is probably smart. If you're gonna have one, you may as well just have one, not both. There's caffeine in my migraine pills, and sometimes that's enough to lock me in the pear wiggler. Yeah, I've because that they're in the migraine pills. When I was getting a migraine for one of the first times, and I was like, wow, pain meds sure aren't fucking doing it, and I'm definitely having some light sensitivity and like other migraine signs. And Claude was just like, actually, have you tried some caffeine? Because I know it's in like some migraine medication and it might help. And then I had some of my caffeine gum, and it made my migraine go away just enough that I was like, oh, okay, and I just passed out. Like, I just fell asleep because I could finally relax, right? And I just kind of slept it off, and I just had, like, gum in my mouth. I love sparkling water. Fucking not me. That more for you. You can have all of my sparkling water, Shannon. I don't fucking want it. It tastes bad. I live near Dutch Bros, so I get an energy drink there almost every day. We lived behind one for many years. It was dangerous. I do remember. It was right there. Got older, I am more sensitive to things that are sweet, so I only really have a soda when I steal a sip from someone else. I can only... So I'm really particular about, like, drinks. I can drink... Outside of having food, I can have water anytime. I can drink water all the time, it doesn't matter. I can drink tea outside of food. I can have coffee a bit. I can have coffee as a drink by itself. And I can definitely have juice. And it's not even like a medical thing. I just can't get myself to drink anything that's like... especially like carbonated, without having food with it. I just can't fucking do it. It's so like, it's too fucking much. It's like too sweet. I have nothing to counterbalance it. It's just like not pleasant. So sometimes, and like even when I'll have friends so well-meaning being like, I got you this energy drink, and they give it to me and I'm like, what am I gonna do with this? I can't just drink it. I can't just drink a soda for fun, and I can't just drink an energy drink for fun. I have to eat something if I'm gonna drink it, because I'll just drink it and I'll be like, and I don't want to. I rarely ever feel any effects of caffeine. Basically does nothing. Well, you only drink sodas. You're probably not drinking enough to feel anything. I love sweet tea. I love sweet tea so much. I do love a sweet tea. The issue with sparkling water lies in the fact that I more often than not like to drink a lot of water at once. Drinking too much sparkling water too fast hurts. I think carbonation in something that doesn't have strong enough of a flavor to counteract it, just makes water taste bitter. I think it just tastes worse with carbonation in it. Beer, hey, that bump is shaped like a deer. D-U-I. miles an hour. My Birkin truck. ADHD? Yeah. Drowning themes? Who put this in? Beep, beep, beep. Dude, stress. Who put this in? I'm not a doctor. A doctor told them. No, we're not listening to this. Anxiety fucking track. I don't like how sparkling water tastes, but I've never had it enough to know what it tastes like because as soon as it goes in my mouth, I spit it out. Basically. Insulting. So, like, a lot of folks ask me, yeah, wow, I'm struggling with work. What helps? So many times I have to be like, hey, have you talked to someone? I wasn't hyperactive, so I had to convince my mom extra hard to get me diagnosed. Yeah, that was happening to me too. In fact, I was like, I would fall asleep at the drop of a hat to a point that like we almost thought that I had like some really minor narcolepsy or something. And then when I read something that was like, sometimes inattentive ADHD can be mistaken as narcolepsy because the brain is so understimulated you go to sleep. And it doesn't really present itself as like this hyperactive, like everywhere kind of a thing, but you're still feeling all of these other symptoms. The brain fog, everything else. Hi, Tylona. I thank Tumblr people for describing their ADHD experiences and me going, OMG, I relate to all of these a lot. Yeah. Never had ADHDs. I'm a man with a normal amount of HDs. That's why Monster helps me. Heals me. I can fall asleep the moment I close my eyes. For me, it just depends. I used to, like, uncontrollably, when I was, like, in a class, I would just, like, all the fucking time. It was so bad. It's something where I'm like, it's so obvious to me now, but, like, when you're just surrounded by people who also don't know anything about it, like, it's... I remember I was with a friend, and I was trying to explain to my friend that I was just like, I can't make it stop. Like, this is not me being like, oh, I'm so tired, I'm just gonna close my eyes. I'm literally, like, I was, like, looking, and then I would just, like, wake up from my head jolting, basically. Like, I've also fallen asleep with my eyes open before. It's so, like, this is beyond me. This is something I do not have power over, because I was, like, explaining, I was like, I can't stop it. I'm, like, trying so hard to look at the board, and I'm just falling asleep. And my friend was just like, well, I just will myself not to. And I'm like, great. Awesome. Yeah, well, I can't, apparently. But it really was just like, no, your brain's just different, and it's like, it's making you pass out. To a point where, like, sometimes it's like, hey, if this happens to you, maybe you shouldn't drive, especially long drives. Yeah, very helpful. It was very much like, clearly this friend they just didn't understand, you know, they're not experiencing it, and how, like, unavoidable and uncontrollable it is for me. I remember you falling asleep when you were over here when we watched a movie. I think it was Secret of NIMH. I did fall asleep, but that was also because, like, what was it? Because we, like, had traveled. I think that was, like, the day we got there or something, and I was just, like, pretty fucking exhausted. And we were watching a movie, and the room was dark, and the bed was comfortable, and I was like, yeah, I'm fucked. And I fell asleep a little bit. I needed it. Yeah, I was already tired. I knew that shit was coming. But, like, this was, like, something where I'd be like, I would have been fine, like, 20 minutes prior, and then I was doing some very, like, low energy, like, a teacher turned the lights off, and now they're on the board, and they're like, okay, the projector or whatever, right? Which I'm sure is not common anymore. Well, no, it probably still is to some extent. It just depends on where you are, I would imagine, because it's probably pretty cheap. But anyway, some places got smart boards and shit, but I don't think that's everywhere. Anyway, school, and they'd be like, okay, we're talking about blah, 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 and I would just be like, boom, just, and my God, it was not good. Anyway, inattentive ADHD will do that to you, that's for sure. And every time, like, I remember I would have caffeine, I was starting to drink coffee a little bit, in high school, largely because I was influenced by Godot from from Ace Attorney because I liked him a whole lot. So I was like, I'll try drinking coffee. And I remember being like, I just don't feel like I have a lot of energy. I just feel like normal, you know? I just gotta pee a lot. I don't know. But like, I just don't feel like it does anything for me. It's like, no. I was like not passing out in class and I was like being normal and not really putting together why I was like, I drink coffee and I didn't feel like I had a lot of energy. I just felt like regular, but like having a good day, you know? My beef with coffee is no matter what people put in it, it still tastes like coffee. Look, if you don't like the taste of coffee, there's no saving you in that regard. Like, I get it. Sometimes you just don't like it. And look, I'm somebody who likes to have a taste of coffee in, like, I like coffee, ice cream, and candy, though. Interesting. You might just need more sugared up shit, because I also really like, like a nice creamy, heavy, you know, in like with the coffee flavor in it, because I love coffee ice cream. It's so fucking good. So like if I can basically get a drink that's just like creamy, sugary bullshit, I usually get mochas. It's a good time. You're saying you started drinking coffee in high school and it didn't make you super energetic. That's how I felt when I started drinking coffee when I was 14. Yeah. It's very clearly in hindsight because I have ADHD, because when you consume caffeine and you have, because that's why with ADHD you get you know, a subscription for stimulants. And I like to explain it as like you have a hole in your brain that when you drink these when you consume the caffeine, people take it and they go, well, I don't feel different, or I feel tired. And it's because imagine that you're coping at all times working at a deficit. And when you start to reach a more normal capacity, because we're filling in the hole with like the stimulants, right? Your brain finally gets to a point where it can start to relax. And it can start to go, oh, that's hence the like, you drink a Monster can and you take a nap. Some people take their meds to go to sleep because it's just like, it just kind of regulates you. And sometimes when you get regulated, your body goes, oh, thank God. And then you go to sleep. And so it's really hard to take enough caffeine to get to a point where you filled the pothole in and you feel like normal. And so sometimes, you know, when you're like, caffeine doesn't do anything to me or it makes me tired, it's likely you just aren't taking enough to feel the effects because you haven't filled the pothole in. People can't really drive down the road. They've just had to drive around the pothole the whole time. And then for the first time, you know, you get to just drive down the street. Once you fill the pothole in, so. Fun combo of you talking, Tomodachi Me Maker music in one ear with other friends too, and Hades 2 in the other ear. Chai makes me so insane. I'm on a big matcha kick, ATM. Dude, I love matcha. I was having a matcha latte. I had some last night. And I was like, I'm going to see how much this does for me if I can go do work and stuff. And so I made a big old fat glass of it, and then I drank it, and it was so good. And then I immediately was like, uh-oh. And so then I had to take gum on top of it. And then I was like, okay, I'm normal. Definitely using caffeine for my ADHD before my body decided it wouldn't accept it anymore. Yeah, and that's something too where like any stimulant, right, you can gain a bit of a resistance to it. It's just kind of how it works, which is why I try to be really purposeful with my consumption of it. Like when I'm like, I'm going to go do work now. Time for the gum, or time for like, you know, meds or something like that. Like it's usually, but you know, that's given the circumstances, I can do that, where like other people have to go in for their job and you're like, time to take my meds every day of every week forever and ever. It's kind of hard to avoid. A new matcha place opened near my work and they have banana cream pie iced matcha. Ooh, that sounds so fucking good. There was this, what was that place called? When I was in Seattle, there was this, it was like a matcha place. It was like a tea something or other, but they had like delicious fucking like not sundaes. like a parfait, but like a Japanese parfait that was like, oh, and it had such good like matcha ice cream and like a bunch of stuff in it, and it was so thinking about him. It was so good we got it twice. We were like, shit, we need to get that again. Nana's green tea. Yeah, that's what it was. It was super good. Because they also put like fucking frosted cornflakes in there. It was awesome. A sweet little crunchy. Yum. Yeah, it fucking slapped. It's true. Queen knows. We shared it. Jervis world. Been a while since I've heard this song. It's good. If you're ever in Vegas, the matcha place is called Urban Matcha. Well, see, you'll have to just remind me when I do end up going to Vegas for a con. And then we can just go there together. I drank barley tea and I was like, wow, I can see why people in Korea drink this every morning. Barley tea is good. It has like a nice roasted taste to it. It's like almost like coffee, but like not. And I'm thinking about how you said tarantulas have beans like cats, and now I'm wondering, do tarantulas have regular skin? They do have, like, the bug shell. But it was, like, this specific, like, tarantula had the little peats. I still haven't been through Nier Automata. I've been through the original Nier. Is it called a rose hair tarantula or a different one? I mean, it might be called a rose hair tarantula. It had rose in the name because they had their little peats, their little pink peats. Felt like little kitten paws. They were so cute. This one looks pink on the whole guy. Okay, the one I was holding was not pink on the whole guy. It was kind of just a brown... and it had little pink peats. Maybe I can... I'm not gonna pull it up on stream, nobody worry. Rose tips tarantula. Look. I need to see rose hair tarantula. They're kind of rosy, but they have pink toe beads. Tarantula. Pink toe. Okay, I'm seeing little pink toes. People like they're great starter tarantulas. Is it just pink? I swear to God it had, because their name was Rosie. So they were like a rose something something, but like they had little pink toe beans. Whatever. You show it on stream, just censor it with Sariku. Yeah. When we draw them both, as two spiders in love. Two spiders who are boys and they're in love. What? That's crazy. Two boys? And they're in love? And they're spiders? No, hold on. What if they were two rats in Paris? And they had to share an oven mitt? while they overlooked beautiful Paris. They have Sariku frogs now. We can have Sariku in any universe, baby. People are just posting feet pics, so I'm looking for the whole guy. A blue cobalt tarantula. And they're making out. They are. As frogs. Oh, it's almost midnight. Well, I may wrap it up then, so I can not sit at the desk. I was expecting, I was like, I don't know how much stamina I'm gonna have sitting at the, because my hip had been so upset, but like I found like a good place I've been sitting. Riku the werewolf spider. I need to make Wolf Riku merchandise. Please hold me to that. I need to do that, okay? Look at this bowl. Sariku the werewolf in London spider. Cute. Oh, it's a tea bowl. With a nice, I love that, like, the little pour is, like... That's nice. That's cute. Oh, it's Nana's green tea. Please, I want Wolf Riku stuff. Dude, I will. Okay? I told you so. You don't have to tell me I knew this. Fuzzy button. I could. There are so many options. Wolfku lanyard keychain when. The only thing is, what do I make the lanyard? I mean, I could do anything, but like as far as that standard of like world form stuff is usually like, okay, and then Sora, Donald, and Goofy, right? But I wanted Wolfku merchy yesterday. Look, I know. Okay. You can come to furry conventions with Lion Sora and Wolfku. I have in some place been like 2 DCS. I'm like, do you want to take some of my Lion Soras just to sell there? And sometimes a lot of the places are just like, no, like, you know, all original stuff. We don't want any, you know, fan art type stuff. And so it's like, oh, okay, maybe not this time, but still, are you still gonna do Sariku mini Sariku bean plushes? I want to. The temptation to cosplay Wolfku every Halloween is insane. Look, I am flattered and over the moon, like, every single time anybody ever does anything with Wolfku, okay? For me, it's like a gift. It's a gift for me every time. Even if somebody's just doing it for themselves, they're not doing it, you know, always to like, oh, this is for you. But I'm like, for me, every time, I'm like, yay, for me. I get excited every time. Queen has cosplayed Wolfku. I have photos. You know, I've seen other people cosplay Wolfku. I have the photos there. I saved them. Wolfku merch for Halloween this year. I can try to aim for, like, this Halloween. Sariku worm on a string. You got it. Me at Kumo last year on all fours. Yeah, that is true. I do have that picture. The 4 cons I went to had fan merch everywhere. It depends on the con, and sometimes it depends on where DCS's table is. Because sometimes it's like an area. You know what I mean? Sariku Adams! Yay! There's a lot of stuff I want to do. There's also like a specific Riku charm that I want to make. Yeah, like at San Diego Comic-Con, I'm not supposed to have fan art. Yeah, because specifically we're kind of like in an area that's supposed to be like original, like your original like comics and stuff that you have made. And so, you know, they can't sell fan art even if I'm there. Like, if I had to be like, all right, who wants to buy something? I have to, like, wheelie deal. So, you know, I'd have to, like, leave the premises and be like, all right, okay, I'll give you this for $10. When you're a dealer, they often want it to be your work for various reasons. Because it's also something, too, where, like, selling fan art is a lot easier than selling original work. And when you are selling original work, if you are placed right next to somebody selling fan art, it, I love this fucking song. It can hurt both parties if, say, somebody who sells fan art is in a place where it's all original content, because the people who are looking for the original content don't really want your fan art, or they're not going to know you're down there. And vice versa, if you are somebody with original content next to people with fan art, people are there to buy their blorbos and not your stuff. And so having the designated areas helps everybody. You know what I mean? That explains it, because the fan merch I saw was mostly in the artist alley. Yeah, exactly. Where it should be. You know, you go to the artist alley to get your fan art and yada yada yada, and then you're going to go to the original content area to get your original content. And it helps everybody find everybody. Nobody's getting overshadowed on accident by being next to people selling Bakugo prints, and then, you know, so on and so forth. It's okay to have some fan art at a table, but at a FurCon, I do expect more original things. And I want indie things. Yeah. That's just how it is. Also, the vibe is just different at a FurCon. People are usually there for more original content than they are fan art of something, though they are still going to get fan art stuff, but, like, it's just a different crowd. Where, like, an anime con is, like, somebody is going and they're looking for their little guys. Artist alley versus dealers, and it was just dealers dead. That's rough. Do you know the amount of times I have listened to this fucking song just by playing Smash? It's like it's one of the favorites of the option, but I also love Castle Siege, the stage. I fucking love that stage. And I always had this song at, like, the top of the list for, like, probability. Power Hungry Fool, dude. You can't go fucking wrong. And then I'm Ness, and I forward throw off the edge of the stage when it's, like, right there when we're inside. And I just go, yeah. By the way, I said you'd murder Graven and Smash. Yeah, absolutely. The guy doesn't know what he's doing, and it's fine. Even if I'm, like, rusty, some things will never leave me. Like, I understand the fundamentals of the game. I will kill him. I can't just leave the song. He's one of those people who grabs people and drops off the stage with them. Look, guess what? There's a way to get out of that. Where did he say this? Was it just like you were just talking to him or something? Because you can break out of that really easily. Graven finally does Community Day Splatoon. Can you tell me? Yeah, I'll let you know. During a stream. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can, break out of those. So if he can't recover, I don't know who the hell he's playing to do that, but you can break out of it. Unless, of course, which is different. I don't think that's what he's talking about, but, like, yeah. Unless you're, like, Ganondorf, or, you know, where you grab people, then you zoom straight down, is not quite the same. Or, like, Bowser. DK is one where you can grab someone and then you pick them up, and you can also waddle off with them with Kirby. I only know Kirby has down B and PK Fire. So you only know that Kirby has down B, and then separately what PK Fire is, because Kirby cannot PK Fire. Obviously, with the PK and the... This is just what I spam. Okay. Gotcha. The sentence together was like Kirby, down B, and PK Fire. I was like, well, now hold on. I think I use other people, my memory's too fuzzy. I mean, I used to, like, play in tournaments, like, but that was, like, when I was playing Brawl. Like, which is funny considering the issues that Brawl had as far as, like, consistency for competitive, E-ooh. I am not good at Smash. Just keeping track of my guy is tough. Fair enough. I think that, like, that, like many other things, is like playing Kingdom Hearts and being good at Kingdom Hearts takes a lot of like learning how to read the screen. You know what I mean? And Smash is no different. There's a point where like you like learn to read, essentially. You know what I mean? Where like the information you're actually getting from it starts to make sense versus just like, where the fuck am I? What is happening? You know what I mean? That's of course only applicable if you like want to like learn how to play it. You know what I mean? Like that's something where like you can learn, but it's not strange that it doesn't come naturally initially. But also in, say, a traditionally like 1v1, which is, you know, it's a little harder to lose yourself because there's two guys versus like playing like a full 4 and plus, you know, possibly, perchance. Else like a dog that Niku mods his streams. There's no rhyme or reason to it. He loves when people beef with him. It's true. He loves to like put up a fight for no reason. Tell him you're the originator of lactose intolerant Axel. There you go. Anyway, I love Smash Brothers. It's a very big important part. Niku building block. Super Smash Brothers. Like I said, I used to do tournaments and things. And I only fell off of playing it more consistently and competitively because like my friend I played it with had kind of stopped playing. She just busy doing other stuff, right? And I just wasn't as motivated to play like by my fucking self, which makes sense. Or like going out to like the only times I was playing with other people would be like I would have to go way out of my way to like go to a meetup or something like that, and I just did not have it in me to be doing that. So it's something where like if I were, say, playing online and streaming that and practicing or something like that, that'd be like different. But like I also have issues with like controller setup. I don't know what it is that feels really like kind of delayed and strange. And I keep fiddling with other controllers. Like as far as like actually like I'm gonna be tight, good. We're like warming up. We're getting back into the swing of things and stuff. And I'm like, when I do that, I keep noticing like the issues with like the weird delay of putting stuff in. Just strange input delay that I had tried solving a little bit and then I fell off trying to fix it. So then here I am again. Anyway, I love Smash Brothers. And I'd love to take the time to like learn how to play Sora better because funnily enough, he translates pretty well off of already knowing how to play Ness because he's really floaty. They both are. And their aerials are a lot of their strong points. As well as like various magical, like elemental bee moves. So it's, you know, it's not that difficult of a transition at all, but all right, I'm gonna call it. I'm Eepy. Have a good one, y'all. All right, good night. I should probably end as well. I'm getting a little, like I said, I wanted to get away from my desk a little bit. And now that it's midnight, I think it's a perfectly good place to call it. Maybe I could go sit on my couch, you know? I'm not sitting here, I may as well sit up there. I'm surprised Baby Cat is not being more of a pest because it's like TV time. Mr. Imperial Ursa, how long have you been here? Have you just been listening this whole time? I should stop drawing, but I don't wanna. I say, follow your heart. It's way past bedtime for me. Just lurking. Fair enough. Well, I hope I've been entertaining. Just one last pick, and we can give Baby Cat TV time. Well, I might go play Hades, too. I can stop if you need me to, but, you know, we'll get it going. I've been thinking about it. The music plays in my head, and I go, I could go do that. So, how does your schedule look like for the rest of the month? A lot more open. That's for sure. You can go hang with Seb. Yippee! Always come up and down. Also, that's fair. Good luck. Have fun fighting Kronos. Anyway, I should have more time. That's for sure. And now that I'm not sick and dying, like I would have had more time earlier, but I was just like, I didn't feel good. So, but now I feel all right. I do have like a baby con at the end of the month, but otherwise, you know. You need a pose to draw? Sure we can find. No, I have to go. I have to go. It's been swell, everybody. Been having a great time. I'm going to, before we go, I'm gonna check really quick for any raids. None of my pals are going, so that's fine. We're just gonna end it then. Okay. I'm just to look at fishes or something. That evil. Hold on. How do I... Fish. Fortnite. Aquariums. Zoos. Underwater koi pond? It's just darkness. I don't see... There's no fish. It's 24/7. I'm relaxed with the fishes, but I don't see a fish. It's too dark. It's nighttime, all the fish are asleep. No fish, dude. It's fucked up. Okay, I'm just gonna end the stream. You can go look at fish at your own time, okay? Just darkness. The fish went to sleep. Okay. Thank you for hanging out, everybody. It was fun on this fine Saturday night. Hopefully we'll see each other soon, okay? And then we'll actually do something. It'll be good. It'll be so cool, actually. Okay? Okay. Good night, everybody. Good night. Bye-bye. See you later. It's been fun. Bye-bye.